what is up? It has been a while, a little bit too long. A little bit too long, man, and I'm very upset at what YouTube did to me. At what YouTube did to me, I am very upset. They took, in case you guys didn't know, some of you guys probably already seen, they took down my last stream. The one about Ted. Um, and it was just for the title. Obviously, all this stuff is AI censored. And it was just for the title. Basically, apparently I was glorifying, um, somebody that they didn't like or whatever, just because I put RIP in the title. And so they took it down, and I didn't archive it. And I was very upset that day for two reasons. One, that was a really good stream. I really liked that stream. And two, it was also because I didn't archive that stream. So that stream is just gone. And I went on a rampage, actually, archived all my stuff. I haven't archived my stuff in a while. So everything but that stream is archived. That stream's lost, unfortunately. And that's the second video that's gotten taken down, I think this year in general, but it's the second video that's been taken down on my channel. The first one was the transgender video that I made, which I think it's bullshit, personally. But, I don't know how that got taken down, because that didn't even have that many views, but I know it got taken down after, like, a couple people from that person's channel seen it, and, got upset. And now, obviously, this most recent one, it was a 4-hour stream. There was so much good stuff in that stream. Good thing is, most people, I think, seen it who wanted to see it, so it is what it is. But, just make sure everything's good over here. Yeah, it looks good. So yeah, so it's been a long time. It feels weird to stream. I really wanted to stream on um on this the first or the second. I think it was the first. I really wanted to stream on the first, and I didn't because well, one, my mom was in town, but I was gonna stream even though she was here. I was gonna say, like, clean my house while I stream. But no, it didn't work out because that was the day that I got the strike. So I wasn't able to actually stream that week, and then the next week I didn't feel like it, and then the next week I didn't feel like it. So it was just all bad. Like, yeah, the one week I wanted to stream in the last 5 weeks, it was the week that I got the strike. So really set us back. The topics I wanted to talk about in that stream, I'm gonna do probably in the next stream. But until then, we're just gonna do like a pretty typical stream, pretty average stream with nothing special. Um, there is some videos that are quite old that I have not seen yet that I was saving for my streams, and I just really want to watch them. We gotta see how this shit goes. I'm probably gonna jump straight into it, honestly. Let's go ahead and make my cam smaller. Actually, hold up. Gotta move these over here and make the cam smaller now. So I don't know how much energy I have today. I haven't drank any coffee or anything. You know, it is what it is. But we are gonna watch this Goatis video. which is super epic for a specific reason, which is that you guys know we already always watched Techlead on here, and now we also watched some Goatis on here, but Goatis reacted to Techlead, and I think it was so cool. And I wanted to watch this on the stream like that day that the shit got censored, but I was unable to, obviously. And so I actually never got around to watching it, but I did comment on this video. You'll actually see that I commented on this video. I didn't watch this video, but I commented on it. Right here, 56. And he also, I don't know where my other comment went, but maybe he removed that? I don't know, I don't see it, but there was another video I commented on. Maybe he wants to use those videos as a separate React video that he's saving. But I don't know. I don't see it. I don't see the 4. You see how it says 4, but there's only 3. There was another comment I left, but yeah, I told him I always react to them on the streams, and this video's got to be good. I still haven't seen this video, so let's go ahead and see what this is all about.
Hey guys, as requested, I'm going to review the video called "Don't Trust Influencers, Andrew Tate is Fake" by the channel Techlead.
Alright, so we need to talk. Do not trust influencers, such as me, such as anybody else out here. A lot of young people these days are feeling lost from all the influencers on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, and the real reason is because you're surrounded by a bunch of snake oil salesmen. All of us out here are pretty much selling you the next get-rich-quick scheme. We're telling you why you're not enough, why you will never be enough. We are getting you to care about really useless things like politics that are truly above your pay grade, and we're presenting this totally fake vision of the world where it seems like people are just traveling and...
YouTube is weird because the algorithm has sort of made it so you can find anything you want a lot easier than you used to be able to, but actually it's almost the opposite because it's all so saturated. It's fake, corporatized, saturated content, and it's weird. It's like better in some ways, but it's almost like the ways in which it's better, they leave something missing. There's something missing from YouTube that used to be here, and yeah, I mean a lot of it is what Techlead just said right here, which is a lot of people selling you bullshit. Every video has to be clickbait, and basically it's just all about money now. And there's something weird to that where, like, if you do something and you don't do it for money, it's like, can you really say you're serious about it? But at the same time, can you really say, like, you truly care about something if you can only do it if there's a paycheck? And, like, you know what I mean? Like, most, especially YouTube videos, like, those are art. So it's like the quality of the art is down. You know what I mean? It's like the information condensed into videos is higher than ever and all this shit, but like the art of it is just so low now, and it's just not the same. I feel like it's less genuine,
are truly above your pay grade, and we're presenting this totally fake vision of the world where it seems like people are just traveling and flying around on private jets, driving Lamborghinis all the time, when that is all rented basically, and people don't really...
Even if it wasn't rented, it's completely meaningless anyway. It's just man-made metal with wheels. There's literally no natural meaning to it whatsoever. It can only make you depressed.
We fly private jets all the time. Sure, maybe for some domestic flights, which are cheap anyways, but if you're doing like the A-class trips, going international, maybe you're going off to Asia, Japan, or to Europe, you're probably going to be flying in some massive Boeing 747 simply because the gas cost would even be prohibitively expensive for anybody, really. It would just not be worth it. And so it is because of these scumbag influencers, and I'm no exception, in fact, I'm quite the internet guru myself, that young people these days just have no comprehension of what the real world actually looks like and what it means to do some work. So I'm here to set this story straight for you guys. Now, first up, Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate has misled an entire generation of young men and women, quite frankly.
Wow, yes, I absolutely agree.
I mean, this whole talk about masculinity and muscles, muscles are going to make you live a shorter life, actually. It's going to shorten your lifespan. I mean, this is just...
Wow!
Yeah, it's impressive.
The first guy I've heard say this. I don't know if ever, but for sure in a very long time. I don't know anybody else who really talks about this topic besides me. There's probably been some people. There are some studies, some books, some lectures which prove that running causes heart disease, but he is the first one who actually has some kind of influence. He has over 1 million subscribers, I think.
Science, but if you want to live longer,
Yeah, I think there's just this like total like I feel like people don't really model the discussion properly, okay? People are way too um like honed in on one detail of this discussion. Let me really break down this whole discussion of lifting for you, okay? If you go back to the Greeks or the Romans or any of these extremely sophisticated societies that existed in history, they always had a focus on male fitness. That's really what it is. When societies promote male fitness, they end up basically becoming a better civilization, right? But what is a civilization? It's a collective. It's a collective of people. And a civilization, it's not really something that benefits the individual, okay? So when you work out, it may make you better at tolerating pain, for example. If you take cold showers, you may become better at tolerating pain. And it's these traits that the system wants you to have so that you are a slave to the system and you output some kind of labor for the system and they give you fake dollars in exchange for that. And in the end, there's really nothing there other than the system gobbling you up. The reason there's this big promotion of physical fitness on the right is because people want you to be strong, they want you to be capable, and they think in terms of a collective. That's what it is. They think in terms of a collective. When someone tells you to lift, it needs to be made clear, and Goatis and Techlead both understand this, that it's not about you. It's not healthy for you. It's not about you as an animal. It doesn't feel good. Nobody likes it. Most people wouldn't do it if their personal trainer wasn't kicking them in the ass. And it's not healthy. There are no health benefits. There are most likely some kind of mental benefits, though, especially culturally. When these cultures focus on physical fitness, it produces a better society. Now, Goatis isn't someone who cares about society. Techlead isn't someone who cares about society. These people don't care about society. And if you don't care about society and you just want to clock out, then there would be no reason to lift. If you don't care about your culture, you don't care about your society, you don't care about making money, there would be no reason for you to lift. All of the value in lifting is, as a collective, so to speak, and it makes you better with pain aversion, which is really what the system wants. Goatis is all about following your body. Your body says, oh, this hurts. Goatis says simply just don't do it, right? But of course, there are a lot of things that if you do them, you'll get money for, even if they hurt. In fact, most money, I've heard money be referred to as sort of a metric for how much pain you're willing to pay up. People who don't want to pay a lot of pain, they don't make a lot of money, right? If you can just do something that a lot of people aren't willing to do, you'll make a lot of money, right? But this is completely antithetical to Goatis' world model and Techlead's too. Really, they have the same world model. Believe it or not, they think the same way. Goatis, Techlead was just further into the system before he pulled back. And he was sold a lie about, if you go to school, if you just get a degree and you work hard and you become a programmer, like your life will be great. Whereas Goatis was always kind of a naturalist and whatnot. And he's always been a schizo. He's never liked the system. You know what I mean? So that's really my point, is that when people say you should lift out, when people say you should work out or that you should lift, what they're doing, and they say, I only tell you that because I care about you. What they're saying is, I want you to do better within the system, and working out helps that. And honestly, I think it's true. Most likely, if you work out, you probably will make more money, because these two traits are intrinsically linked, and that you're both enslaved by the system. On the contrary, though, I think part of the argument against Goatis and Techlead, just to play devil's advocate, is asset accumulation has existed for all of history, and even more than that, it's really the case that like if you try to escape the system or leave the system or not contribute to the system, someone's going to come around eventually and enslave you. You know, Goatis lives off, I think, basically donations, and he obviously sells a service and a product through, you know, his channel and stuff. But and Techlead, you know, he's made a couple million from crypto, and he has a good course online about how to get a tech job. I mean, they both have ways of getting by, but if they really stopped caring about money entirely and didn't accumulate money anymore, they would be homeless or enslaved. And that's just the end of story. If you don't contribute to the system, someone is going to come along and enslave you. And that's how it was even before civilization. It was just more primitive, and you know, your whole tribe would be enslaved by another bigger, more stronger tribe. So slavery's always been around, is my point. So to call someone like Andrew Tate a slave because he tried super hard for money, it's like, I think it's a bit of a misnomer, because it treats the situation as if it was an option. It treats it like it was an option, like that you have an option to not partake in this warlike planet. And the way in which war is done these days is through money. So, yeah, I don't think muscles make you look better. They probably, I would say they look better than being obese. But even Goatis says people weren't obese, you know, before the 1900s, because obesity is really an epidemic from modern day food. People today are so big that you literally cannot get that big in prior centuries, because the kinds of things that you have to put in your body to get as big as some of these people today didn't even exist back then. Completely man-made food, if you can even call it food, right? So that's really what it is. It's that I think these are separate paradigms, right? You have what is good for civilization and what is good for the individual. And I don't think there's as much overlap as people are making it out to be. And when Andrew Tate lifts and promotes lifting and has money and brags about his money and tells you guys all to go get money and you're broke, he is talking purely within the civilization perspective. As an individual, he looks like a fucking clown, and he definitely shaved years off his lifespan by chasing all these things all the time. That's what they mean when they call him a slave. On the contrary, if these two individuals were to run out of money, at some point they would be enslaved for the cheapest labor that their overlords could extract from them. Goatis uses the word slave a lot, and the interesting thing about that is slavery is always about who has more assets than another, because you can always just pay some people to do the violence for you. I mean, obviously it's about violence, but, you know, who can buy the violence? It's the people with the assets, right? So it's weird to use the word slave a lot and then not promote asset accumulation. I think Goatis just really is more in the camp of like, you know, don't bust your ass for money to the point to where it destroys your health. He's not like anti having money in your bank, and that's a reasonable perspective. But to say like going for money, you know, all of the time is stupid. I think it's silly, because all money is paid up in pain. There's really no way to make money that doesn't involve paying up something that other people aren't willing to do. It's the most competitive thing on the planet, bar none, is over money. And the next would definitely be over pussy. So, yeah, it's just, it doesn't make sense to disavow making money, is my point. Which is really their perspective. But, yeah, I just think, let's hear their case about how he misled people, because I do want to hear it. But, you know, I am in agreement with them that lifting harms the individual, right? It's good in the sense of it may lead you down a path where you end up making more money and you're more able to pay pain. It's associated with success within civilization. It's not associated with success as an individual, right?
Guy I've heard say this, I don't know if ever, but for sure in a very long time. I don't know anybody else who really talks about this topic besides me. There's probably been some people. There are some studies, some books, some lectures which prove that running causes heart disease, but he is the first one who actually has some kind of influence. He has over 1 million subscribers, I think.
Science, but if you want to live longer, healthier, and really happier, then you don't want all these huge bulging muscles that are just going to take so many human resources.
Exactly. You don't want that because nobody naturally wants that, and that's because we are not built like that naturally. Humans are quite lean. We are hunter-gatherers, scavengers. We are good at throwing, setting traps. We mostly hunt by using our brain, but we are not at all built like a bodybuilder naturally, which is why you need to work for it so much. You need to build your body, as in destroy it and destroy your health, your longevity, to actually try to achieve this incredibly unnatural and unhealthy physique. It's very nice to hear this.
To manage and maintain, it's going to work your cells really to death, and it is really...
Exactly, it literally kills your cells and creates free radicals every time you work out. It's one of the most stressful things you could possibly do. Actually, his brother Tristan Tate recently said to Andrew that working out is not something that humans would do in nature, that we are actually built to be lean.
I should be a much bigger than I even am. Think about it. 4 years, never missed a day training ever once. Should have just grown and grown and grown to an incredible fuck.
Mind you, they're both on TRT, so it's like their bodies are already unnatural, you know?
Fucking Hulk.
Humans aren't supposed to grow muscle. That's why losers take steroids. Humans aren't meant to grow up muscle. They're meant to be slim.
Because of Instagram culture and people such as Andrew Tate who are so
I mean, that's even the guy himself saying it. I mean, wow, that's like crazy. I didn't even know that he said that. That's like a big red pill, you know? Like even people who are lifting and shredded say shit like that. I mean, the evidence is in.
You know, there was this guy Liver King who had like all these health issues. These people get on steroids and they attract a bunch of followers.
Exactly, they attract slaves. He knew that he looks like a freak. He paid Google and other advertising companies a lot of money to promote him so that he always shows up in your search engine, so that he always gets suggested to you. But the problem with these people is that they have nothing at all worthy to say.
Because it is a visual platform. And so what happens is you see all these muscle men on social media, and for the women, maybe it's the anorexic types, and before you know it, you have young men starting to take testosterone replacement therapy.
Yes, exactly. It's incredibly unhealthy, and these men get brainwashed to believe that women are into that, even though in reality, you only attract other men with these unnatural physiques.
Absolutely true. End of story.
Somebody like Liver King could have done something good. He could have promoted eating raw animal organs. If he wouldn't have used steroids, then other men could have gotten into this natural way of eating. They would have actually naturally boosted their testosterone. And even if they wanted to work out and destroy their bodies, at least they would have done it in a more natural way. Not that you can do bodybuilding in a natural way, but at least they would have had natural levels of these hormones. But he was just promoting drug use.
TRT. In order to try to bulk themselves up even more, you got people going on steroids, and what happens is your own body stops producing your own testosterone. And so
exactly, that's why your testicles shrink.
Really what's going on here is now you have young men starting to inject themselves with the testosterone of other men. And that halts their own testosterone production because they want to be like these other people, and it's like they're injecting Andrew Tate's testosterone into themselves basically because they want...
Most of the stuff is synthetic, but you get what he means.
Want to be exactly like him. So they want to be like these influencers riding these private jets with 100 women, and that's a vision which doesn't really actually exist in real life, and I'll get to that. But you've also got young...
It doesn't exist, and it also shouldn't exist. You have achieved literally zero in your life if you simply have some, kind of women around you. If anything, it proves that you're an absolute loser because you don't have a family, which is the peak of masculinity. It's the biggest achievement a man can have. A woman with a lot of children
Some people starting to take up kickboxing or jiu-jitsu.
That's another base take.
You're gonna get brain damage from that, quite frankly. Like, I think Andrew Tate actually has
Actually, that's really true. Wow. I really like this guy.
a number of serious health issues that he's had to go to physical therapy for. And you don't want to be like that. Health is wealth. There was another kid who just jumped over a cruise boat this past weekend because he was trying to be some influencer, get viral on social media. He disappeared, never to be seen again. And you want to know what masculinity is, by the way, for those wondering? If you're a man, you're masculine. By definition, it's a biological idea. Masculinity is just whatever a man is. Now,
Kind of. It's true, naturally. Yes, in nature, every man is masculine, but that's also because they are biochemically masculine. Nowadays, I wouldn't say that. Andrew Tate, for example, is not at all masculine. Most of what he does is very feminine. You can tell that he has a lot of estrogen flowing through his blood.
societally, you can say, well, you want to be like Arnold Schwarzenegger or the Terminator, but you may be interested to know that also in other countries, like, say, Japan, well, they don't have that concept that a man should be this huge, bulging piece of meat. And so, funny enough, in Japan, I don't think people like Andrew Tate would be popular at all, quite frankly. They want kind of the slender macho type. It's called Hoso Macho, and there's a bunch of different types. So maybe people want kind of the slender, muscular, singing, dancing type of person with cool looking hair, and Andrew Tate doesn't have hair. It's just a totally different stereotype of what is considered popular or masculine in other countries. Whereas in the West,
He's gonna trigger Andrew Tate if he sees that. Better watch out.
and you want to be careful not to make any permanent life-altering changes to yourself, especially if you end up in Asia somewhere. The image standards are just going to be different. So there's a lot of social media brainwashing going on these days. You know, you don't really need physical violence, by the way. Like,
Japan is also pretty brainwashed, just in a different way.
the ability to fight people. If there's violence, just run. Just get out of there. And the other option
Yes, I agree. Usually you should run away if some drunk guys are starting a fight. Nobody's gonna win there.
is to just call the police, or maybe take out your phone, record the confrontation, and sue the other person later on for physical assault. You'll probably win the case.
Yeah, but that's again a slave weak mentality. Whenever there's a problem, just call the police always. No, deal with the problems. You don't have to involve the police every time any little thing happens.
Get a bunch of money that way. Or you know what? You could just buy a gun as well. Guns seem to solve everything. Like, if the person has a black belt and 20 years of experience in martial arts, the gun is still going to beat this person, in America at least.
Exactly. If you live in the US or any other country where guns are allowed, such as Turkey, then absolutely protect yourself with a gun at all times.
Yeah.
And so the fact is, all these social media characters you see running around online portraying these fantasy lives, showing you their highlight reels, are not actually living real lives necessarily. Like, people like Andrew Tate, they're fictional personas, quite frankly. Like, he seems to never be wrong. And, you know, it's like, a lot of the stuff he does is...
Oh, that's interesting that he says that. I haven't actually seen Andrew Tate ever admit that he's wrong about anything. Maybe he has done that, but it says a lot about him, because I've listened to quite a few of his talks, interviews.
Actually super cheap. Like, he lives in Romania. You could live in a mansion in Romania for pretty cheap, probably less than $1 million. Probably you could rent all the cars you want there. It's not going to be very expensive. You can get bottle service at clubs. You can own a casino. It would all be pretty cheap in a country like that. It's like a third world country. It's like, I could go to Thailand and do the same thing for like $10,000 probably. Now, that's not to downplay his success, but I think you have to take what he says with a grain of salt. And while we're on this topic, let me just give you my take on Andrew Tate, which is, I think he's a fictional persona, and a lot of the women he surrounds himself with are actually just his employees from his webcam business. So my take is he doesn't actually have...
Well, yeah, that's true. That's not a secret.
Fancy cars, fancy watches, when in reality, like, a lot of these status symbols only cover up insecurities inside. And, you know, the fastest car is basically like, what, some electric car like a Tesla or something. Like, you don't...
That's very true. You wouldn't need any of these things if you were actually fulfilled and secure. It really does show insecurity when you need to especially flash all of those things.
don't need a $500,000 Lambo. And the best watch, probably like an Apple Watch. Those old Rolexes and Timexes are made to show off on social media. That's almost their exclusive purpose. And so what's happened is social media has misled an entire...
Yeah, for real. Who the hell uses a watch actually
Yeah,
nowadays? They're completely
literally. It's
useless.
laughable.
There are some people out here who are the real deal.
I don't
People
like
such as
any
myself, I mean, we're-
any jewelry, any rings, anything. I've never had a piercing or anything. No tattoos, no rings, no necklaces. The only thing I have is glasses, and that's literally by force. I can't not. The contacts are the only thing worse than glasses, so I just can't stand any of that. I couldn't imagine wearing a watch all the time just to brag to people. Crazy.
We're pretty up there, okay? But you shouldn't be comparing yourself with people like me. Like, if you're like here, I'm like up here, like near the light of success, like just pretty up there, okay? But the reality is, there's nothing to even...
I wonder what he means. I don't know this channel, so I have no idea who he is or what he has achieved. He has a lot of screens around him. By the name, I assume that it is some kind of tech channel. That's obviously also not an achievement, just like Andrew Tate hasn't really achieved anything. Funnily enough, a guy like this who sits at the computer most of the day, I assume that that's what he does, even if he eats absolute garbage, is going to live a lot longer than anybody who works out, goes to the gym, does bodybuilding, exercises in any way at all.
So the funny thing is, when I was growing up, nobody talked or cared about politics. Actually, it was something older people ranted about on the radio, but most normal people would just say, yeah, they don't get that stuff. It was the cool thing to say. Whereas these days, it seems we're in some social media phase where everybody is riled up over some controversy or manufactured political outrage, and you are truly just wasting so much time on this because you have absolutely no impact on this whatsoever, quite frankly. Right? Like, it's not going to really affect you that much, and you don't have much effect on this. Personally, for me, I no longer find myself caring about so many of these issues, and you could probably just spend your time playing games or working on some project instead. So overall, when it comes to social media, I think the actual answer lies...
His advice is funny, but it is better than saying, go work out, go run, go lift some man-made metal. It's way healthier to sit all day and play video games compared to somebody who goes to the gym and is obsessed with destroying his body by doing bodybuilding, for example. So even though I don't actually agree with his advice, obviously, it's still a lot better than the advice of most of these so-called influencers, yeah.
Somewhere between reality and fantasy, and take everything people say with a grain of salt. Most people are trying to sell you something online. The advice you hear, take it more as food for thought, something to think about, but make your own decisions about them at the end of the day. Understand that you're under massive brainwashing, living in a society surrounded by snake oil salesmen. And in my opinion, it is pretty hard to beat just a basic, peaceful, settled life, having a coffee, playing some video games, Diablo 4 coming out soon. That's hard to beat. Okay, even a Lambo can't beat that. And then just taking some family vacations that may be about...
I haven't played a video game in 14 years,
it's pretty funny, though, because Goatis comes from RuneScape. And I think that says a lot about him, is that he comes from RuneScape. Like, what games you played says a lot about your character. And, I mean, I totally get the idea of, like, at some point, like, growing up and not playing games anymore. But it would be so funny to see Goatis do, like, a RuneScape stream again. I don't know why. I just think that would be so funny. It's just... But I get why he doesn't play anymore. Like, it makes sense. But still, that would be super epic.
Approximately. But again, playing Diablo 4 is a lot better than all of these influencers nowadays telling you to hit the gym. It's literally 10 times healthier to sit at home playing video games. So still, his advice is bad, but it's so much better than most of the advice from these losers.
As good as it gets. So that's it for me. Let me know your thoughts in the comments below. See you there. See you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, I haven't read the comments on his video, but I would assume that a lot of people got triggered, and that's because people don't want to hear the truth, especially nowadays. They get really offended by the truth, and he said some things which are not allowed to be said nowadays. As I said, I don't agree with him overall, obviously, but what he said is at least a lot healthier than what all of the other influencers are saying. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. So then there was a part 2 5 days ago.
Hey
so
guys.
Let's see this shit. This shit's gonna be real good.
I recently reviewed a video by the channel Techlead. He now posted a new video called How Muscles Can Shorten Your Life, How to Live Longer. It's a hot topic on my channel right now, so I'm curious to see what he will say. As far as I know, him and I are the only guys who talk about this topic of exercise, or at the very least extreme bodybuilding being bad for your health. It's common sense, but it's not common sense to the brainwashed masses, unfortunately.
Alright, we need to talk. Muscles can kill you. I see a lot of young people out there hitting the gym, celebrating their wins, they're bulking up with these big muscles. You're going to shorten your...
The reason the youth does that is because of the influencers, but if you actually check out the face expressions of these influencers, then you will notice that they hate going to the gym.
Lifespan that way. A lot of the bodybuilders actually don't live past 48. That's the average age that they live to.
Yes, it's pretty
Well, it's mental illness. It's body dysphoria.
normal to die in your 40s and 50s as a bodybuilder. If you're on drugs, you could die in your 20s or 30s, and that's because it's so extremely stressful.
Yeah.
And it's because their heart fails them, suffering cardiovascular problems. And the problem is that we have this epidemic of influence.
It should be mentioned that the most heart failures in young men occur on the basketball field, as in basketball is the deadliest sport out of all. Bodybuilding isn't a sport, of course, but it's also...
It's super funny because I remember the reason I stopped playing basketball is just because it was so exhausting. It was just so exhausting to play that shit.
extreme stress.
And social media online just promoting the gym, supplements, protein powders, and you have to understand that this is a big business and they don't want you to know the truth. And so recently I tried to explain this on Twitter. Muscles shorten your lifespan. This should be obvious to anybody out there, and it got quite the reaction where a lot of people just didn't believe it. They were making fun of me, saying I'm some wimp.
It should be, and a few decades ago it absolutely was. If you would have asked somebody who's going to live longer, somebody who goes to the gym or somebody who doesn't, 99% of people would have said the one who goes to the gym, seeing as he has a more stressful life, he generally does more, is going to live a shorter life. But nowadays, if you say that, people just can't wrap their heads around it, and that's because they equal going to the gym as something healthy.
Some soy boy programmer nerd, and it's like these people out there are not thinking because they have been so brainwashed by these social media influencers, and they get it in their head that muscles equals health. No, muscles maybe make you stronger, but doesn't mean you're going to live longer by any means. So you see,
it is going to shorten your life, and as far as the strength goes, it doesn't even really make you stronger compared to somebody who is tall and has big and strong bones. Muscles are actually not as effective when it comes to lifting something, for example.
The reality is that muscles are really only cool to 20-year-olds because they've never seen muscles in their whole life. They suddenly get muscles and they're saying, hey, look how cool I look. I finally got some muscles. That's nice. But try maintaining these heavy, strenuous muscles over the next 10, 20, 30 years of your life, and you're going to find that it puts this immense load and weight on your heart. And you know...
Very good point. The thing is that it's an unnatural physique. That's why you need to go to the gym over and over again, sometimes a few times a week. And that's because you are trying to maintain an unnatural physique. You're trying to push your body to maintain this physique which doesn't exist in nature. There's no such thing. That's why you go to a man-made building and lift man-made metal for no reason. That's why your body, especially your heart, gives up after a while.
All people have the same size of heart. It's like your heart is now trying to support an elephant. Can it do that for a long period of time? Probably not. You know, we all just have one heart, and a heart has a limited number of beats, a certain mileage it can reach before it dies out, kind of like a car, which is going to last.
Again, very good point. The more stressful your life is, the more adrenaline you produce also, the shorter your life will be. The more you exercise, do sports and so on, which are all extreme forms of stress, the shorter your life is going to be. Super simple.
Longer. A car sitting in a garage or a car that's just revving at 5,000 RPMs in neutral. Well, that's kind of like your body, don't wear it out. Now I know this may sound shocking at first, even silly or unbelievable. I know it sounded weird to me at first too, but you know, I am 2X First Aid certified. I took First Aid classes when I was learning sailing, when I was working at Google and Facebook. I took those classes, and you know, the first thing they tell you is that all of the gyms happen to have these AED devices to resuscitate people during heart failure, stroke. And so I was at first perplexed. Why would a gym need a heart resuscitation device? It's like, these are really healthy, fit people, and it turns out, well, a abnormally high percentage of heart failure happens at the gym, and so that's why they need these AED devices. So we can actually see here some of the data. Bodybuilders die around age 48 on average. I mean, that's super early, and they have an alarmingly high rate of cardiovascular heart problems. The heart is simply not strong enough, in my belief, to support these big muscles. You know, you can kind of...
That's the case with most of them, but even if some bodybuilders live to their 70s, 80s, probably because they stopped working out decades ago, then they still die at half of their natural age. Most people don't realize that humans naturally live to at least around 150. There's hundreds of cases of people living to that age.
Extrapolate this data. Well, what about medium muscles? Are you going to live longer? Yeah, maybe a little bit longer for medium muscles. And so the reality is, a lot of people simply don't want you to know this. There's a lot of big money in the fitness industry. You've got gyms, protein powders, equipment, supplements, and they're going to try to obscure the data, hide this from you, kind of like how the tobacco industry and alcohol industry just obscured all this information for years. Same with the sugar industry. And so I know it's hard to believe, but if you actually just look for the science, just do a little bit of quick research, you'll quickly find this type of news story of deaths associated with muscle building happens year after year. It just doesn't get that much coverage. But you know, recently this fitness influencer Joe Stedix tragically passed away at just age 30 or so. They're like, this guy looks really healthy, right? He's got big muscles. Isn't he supposed to be strong?
He doesn't look healthy at all. He actually looked really, really sick.
And then just in April of this year, another 25-year-old goes into cardiac arrest during his team's quarterfinals, and then he was saved by an AED device. And this guy looks pretty healthy too, and yet suffered a heart attack. And then we can see last year, there was also a similar scare where there were celebrity gym-related deaths on the rise. So there were all these people who were getting cardiac arrest and heart issues, dying on the treadmill, basically. And the sad thing is, this type of thing gets almost no coverage on social media because everybody's giving likes to these muscle bodybuilding influencers posting their gains on social media, on Instagram, all over the place. We can see the data here. How many people are dying who exercise? And it actually turns out the results are startling. The highest death rate is actually among men who exercise the longest and hardest. Who would have believed that? And also the death rate,
it's absolute common sense,
is higher among men who exercise short and hard. And then the guys who do hardly any vigorous exercise had a lower death rate than the people who do the most. So this may sound counterintuitive at first, but there's so much data backing this up. And so we can see here, the cardiovascular deaths amongst pro bodybuilders compared to American men, it is just much higher across the board, across all ages, right? Bodybuilders basically have health problems. Now in this data, we can also see that like pro wrestlers, WWF people happen to die much earlier than people in other sports. Those macho men muscles are causing them to die maybe 20% earlier than people who are playing like say hockey, for example. And even if you take a look at pro bodybuilders compared to NFL players, MLB players, their death rate is almost double that of in other sports. And so then they compare the causes of that, and they find pro bodybuilders have a 40% cardiovascular death rate compared to just 30% for normal Americans. So it's like a 10% higher heart failure rate, basically. Other causes of death of bodybuilders include kidney failure at 9%. That's almost 10x the rate of a normal American person. There's also liver failure issues, and some of this is related to using steroids or performance-enhancing drugs. So while, yes, the drugs and steroids can explain some of the deaths, I don't know if it explains the full story. And you still may be shaving off 2 years, 5 years, 10 years off of your life just by trying to look good on social media. Well, if looking good is worth it to you to just lose several years off of your life, then I guess you can be my guest. But you need to also just understand.
Yeah, exactly. You can do whatever you want with your life. That's what I always say. As long as you realize that it's unhealthy, as long as you realize that you won't see your children grow up, as long as you don't promote it as if it is healthy, like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, he said that he lifts to prolong his life. If you would realize all of this, then I, and also him, wouldn't have to make these videos about this topic.
Understand that a lot of people don't want you to know the truth. They're going to hide this data from you. Like, it's like when I was learning scuba diving, the PADI diving industry would simply not tell you that statistically, actually, 1 in 4 people are not able to scuba dive. And that's because of this heart condition known as a PFO. It basically creates bubbles in your bloodstream, and they just don't tell anybody that. So everybody out there is learning scuba diving, and like there's a 25% chance you can get a stroke in your brain when that bubble of air goes into your brain. And so overall, I think the data is inconclusive, but it's just the correlation between heart failure and muscles continues to be alarming, and even more so when you consider the young age at which too many pro bodybuilders are dying from heart failure. The steroid use can be explained from, say, liver damage and kidney related deaths. Does that steroid use go into the heart as well? And is that worth it for you just to look good? And I'll have you know, by the way, that muscles don't attract women, just like how fast cars don't attract women. Muscles attract men. Cars...
Bravo. Yes, exactly. Women are not attracted by an unnatural physique. Obviously, the same way men are not attracted to an unnatural physique, because we are generally not attracted to anything that's unnatural. Everybody wants everything to be normal and natural.
I hate when girls have all that muscle. It's disgusting.
Men. Motorcycles attract men. Cigars attract men. What attracts women is probably fun. But as you can see in this clip, it turns out most women...
Women are not attracted by fun. Women are attracted to a handsome face. That should be clearly understood. That's what they fall in love with.
That's super funny. Yeah, I think they're both right.
They aren't attracted to huge muscles. They like just normal people.
The most ideal body among those photos of men.
There's actually tons of interviews like this out there, and I've never seen anybody say that they like a bodybuilder's physique. I'm not saying that there aren't women like that out there, because everybody can get brainwashed to an extent, but at the end of the day, our natural instinct is always there, and it's just not attractive. If anything, it's actually really repulsive to women.
Hard to believe, I know, but in that clip, it also shows men mistakenly believe that women would prefer the bigger muscles.
Yes, exactly. That's because of the really severe brainwashing that's going on social media.
いや、なんか普通っぽくていいかな。
これ9。じゃあ K で。
鍛えてますか？
いや、まあ、鍛えてるっちゃ鍛えてるんですけど、多分ここまでにはできないと思う。
And then the other thing to know is a lot of the bodybuilders out there are loading up on protein. They eat a lot of eggs, protein powders, protein drinks, supplements, and all of this protein is not necessarily healthy. It turns out to have an association with liver failure as well, because your liver has to process all of this.
The liver failure would be caused by the supplements and possibly the protein powder, but most certainly not natural food, not eggs or any kind of meat.
Massive amount of food, and it's pretty hard and heavy to process these meats, and protein is one of the...
Yes, but that's common sense, because something like cashews is very hard to digest for the body, seeing as it's a seed. We are not supposed to eat it. Whereas something like raw meat, which is not mentioned here, would of course be very easy to digest and would not cause any problems, and that's because that's what we eat in nature. And he should actually be familiar with the raw meat, seeing as pretty much all Japanese eat sushi or even sashimi, which is basically sushi without the rice. You know how easy it is on your gut, right? It's the easiest to digest protein out there.
Hardest things for your liver to process. It takes hours to process that. And so what's really happening is that...
Yes, so what he's talking about is a lot of garbage food or also cooked meat. If you cook your meat, it's going to sit in your stomach for a lot longer, seeing as you denatured it. When you denature anything, something natural cannot process it. It doesn't recognize it. So in this case, our bodies are natural, and when we put unnatural food in our bodies, then of course it cannot digest, recognize it.
That your body is simply being overloaded. Now let's take a look at women. Okay, women who hit the gym, who are weightlifting. And so as it turns out, when a woman weightlifts, and this is kind of a new trend these days, right? Like, it hasn't really been proven or seen what
They look
after effects this
disgusting.
may have on people, but when you do that, that resistance training triggers...
Yeah, we can watch them in Mendham. I'm down with that.
Streams, and this can cause a loss of feminine qualities, deeper voice, or even infertility, and that stress can induce issues with
That's a good
pregnancy,
idea.
like abortion.
Yes, but that's normal because your hormones change to a point where you're not really a woman anymore biochemically. You shouldn't mess around with your body like that, especially the women who inject hormones.
And so the data shows in young, healthy women, resistance exercise can induce transient increases in testosterone. And what happens with high testosterone in women? It can trigger infertility issues, mood changes, acne, deepening of...
Yes, but this is all common sense, because if you're hormonally closer to a man, then of course you will not be able to produce children, seeing as men are not supposed to produce children. Totally normal for you to then become infertile.
The voice, balding. Were they meant to have these muscles? Can their body manage all this testosterone? And testosterone itself, an overloading of that has been linked to cancer as well. And so as it turns out, a lot of women bodybuilders end up infertile, tragically. And
no shit, it's terrible.
Because they're going to get canceled for it. I think so desperate are we for equality that we don't tell them that, and it costs them their future children. In my opinion, bodybuilding for women is essentially sterilization, and it is a sport that society
really well said. It is.
They should consider banning or looking more into. Now, how do I know all this?
He said they should ban it. That's super based.
It's because I've traveled and I've seen other cultures, and I'm not just within this Western sphere of influence. And if you take a look at like K-pop stars, for example, and like some of the Japanese people or Asian people out there are living the...
Imagine if this bitch worked out. It's like she would look disgusting.
Longest out of any society, and these people, they're not bodybuilding necessarily, and they still look pretty good, right? Like, you don't need these huge massive muscles just to look good, and that goes for men as well, arguably. Even the Tate brothers know that humans weren't intended to have these huge bulging muscles.
I should be a much bigger than I even am. Think about it.
Humans aren't supposed to grow muscle. That's why losers...
Hey, that's the clip that I used in the review of his video. I wonder if you watched my video.
Take steroids. Humans aren't meant to grow muscle. They're meant to be slim. They're meant to run far distance.
So overall, I think it's important to note that the research isn't all in yet. It's quite possible that 100 years from now, every single gym and weightlifting facility will be banned, kind of like how cigarettes were banned. People are realizing that alcohol is bad for you and causes brain damage. And we're going to find new things all the time. And so the data is just not conclusive right now. And you can't just say, well, ChatGPT told me that this is true. And it's important to know also that many research studies are not reproducible papers, and that 80% of statistics are just made up on the spot. You see, as a scientist myself, and I use that term loosely as a computer scientist, I know how the sausage is made, and a lot of the data and research papers can be made up to favor a certain direction that the big industries sponsoring these research papers want you to lean toward.
Tons of studies out there are correlation studies, which basically means that it's anti-science studies. You can completely make up whatever you want, but that's what people use as proof that something is healthy or unhealthy nowadays.
So, for example, they're going to say, well, sure, maybe muscles are healthier than, say, the average obese American, and they're going to conclude that having these muscles is suddenly healthy and everybody should have these huge muscles. Well, you don't want to overdo anything. You know, the better comparison here would be, say, wrestlers versus sports players, like in the NFL, and we saw the death rate was maybe still double for that. And you can kind of just extrapolate that data. If you have big muscles, maybe you get to age 48. If you have medium muscles, you get a few years longer. And if you want to live really long, maybe go for more of a moderate, natural approach that suits your body. All good things in moderation. Maybe go for stretching, endurance, some jogging, some hiking, some walking, instead of just trying to bulk up so you can impress people on social media. You know, at the end of the day, it's going to come down to this. Who are you going to believe? Your gym trainer, who's some meathead high school dropout, who maybe he looks fit, but we have no idea how long this 20-something is going to live. Maybe he'll drop dead next week. Or are you going to listen to me, ex-Google, ex-Facebook, not to be underestimated how intelligent I am? I seem smart. I am smart. Now, sure, I may look a little bit wimpy, but I've lived longer than this gym trainer kid. So the choice is yours. And
he does look good for his age. He's 40 years old. Of course, Asian genetics, but still.
You need to understand, nobody seems capable of any real thought anymore these days. We're living in the social media echo chamber, and people are just in this weird phase awash by influencers and Instagrammers, and they're just obsessed with this visual look, this idea that you need muscles, which is a really weird time in history and may lead to permanent, lifelong, damaging consequences. And you know, I get it. You want to look good out there, but you know what? I think I look better than a skeleton, at least.
That's a very good point he made. I'm not even sure if everybody understood it, but what he's saying is that he's 40 years old. Some bodybuilders die in their 30s, 40s. He is, by definition, healthier than a skeleton, as in somebody who's dead. Being dead is the unhealthiest state a human body can be in, right? I think that we can all agree on that. Therefore, if he is going to live to, let's say, 100 years, then somebody who exercises or does bodybuilding and lives to 60 to 70 years if they're lucky is going to be unhealthier, seeing as they will be a skeleton and he will still be alive. Being alive is always going to be healthier than being dead.
Optimizing for muscles or lifespan? See you in the comments below and see you in the next one. Thanks. Bye.
Very good video. I really like this guy. I agree with him about pretty much everything except for what he said about jogging also. There's no point to jogging. You will only harm your body and again reduce your lifespan. Also, as far as the food goes, he simply hasn't researched raw meat. That's fine. As I said, he probably eats raw meat without realizing it. A lot of people who will say that we are not supposed to eat raw meat will go and eat sushi on the same day without realizing it, because for some reason raw fish is not raw meat to them, even though it's literally raw meat from the sea or whatever, but that doesn't make it not raw meat.
Right.
It's still an animal. It's still the same thing. At the end of the day, it really depends on your life. If you live naturally, there's no need for exercise. Whereas if you live in the system and your job is to be a bouncer at some club or a bodyguard possibly, then you should probably learn how to at least defend yourself. Thanks for watching.
Yeah. It's all true. It's all true. Shall we watch some Emendum? I'm just picking a random video. So.
Welcome to another edition of What the Fuck Happenings Here. Emendum, I guess. Oh, that didn't work. Alright, so what? So it didn't come out exactly the way it was supposed to. Alright. It's always awkward saying hello. Hi, I'm doing this again. Sort of annoying. But anyway, alright, so one video this week. It's on the website. Response video to a guy called Blithering Genius, who some troll, keeps mentioning, like I have run away from the great debate with whatever this person is. Now, I believe I have confused him with some other troll.
By the way, talk about another person who's right about absolutely everything. This guy.
Whatever, nihilist type. We used to do videos and he had some sort of court jester as an image. Completely different guy, apparently. Probably had some other stupid screen name, and I forgot. But anyway, they're all the same to me, right? They're all these people doing this philosophy stuff. All right, where they pretend we can't understand anything. So, and it's almost like a parallel to this physics argument where you have all these pretentious little people in their little ivory
Give me a sec.
tower of physics, and they make up all this bullshit about entanglements and 400 little different kinds of particles and gluon, gluon, zuon. You know, they just make up all this shit and tell people this is what they have to believe because, you know, it's the most proven theory in the history of mankind. I mean, it's just... it makes no sense, and they concede it makes no sense, and they just say, well, it's supposed to not make sense. So I guess you could make some argument like these idiots, these nihilists, who pretend we can't figure out what's really valuable, and it's all just subjective, and it's just kind of nationalism or culturalism, and there's no like really smart idea. They're just you're just calling it smart because more people believe it or some sort. I mean, it's just all bullshit. We're capable of making logical and rational arguments, going from, you know, these are the observables. What do they mean? Okay, and so the observables, in my opinion, are pretty simple. Okay, it's a physical universe with physical stuff in it, you know, and it behaves in certain ways because of, you know, how the universe manufactures things. And then we can get into the whole subject of evolution and the creation of the monsters, and then we can talk about what kind of monsters we are, and what our functions are, and what our capacities are, and what our potentialities are, and all that kind of crap, and what's the real thing that matters is, okay, I'm going to argue the obvious thing. You know, the first thing I sensed, I could almost argue, the first thing I became aware of was the fact that I was feeling things. I mean, I have those memories, you know, of very positive sensations and very unpleasant sensations, and being able to really, it was really obvious to me the difference between the comfortable feelings and the discomfortable feelings. And so, yeah, it seemed that that's what you're playing for, is how do I feel? That's the game we're playing. And that, you know, you learn later in life that, okay, there's trade-offs. To have this, you have to pay that, and all that kind of crap, and some of that becomes rational and reasonable, and then some of it just doesn't make any sense at all, and you just say, wow, that's just really, that's burning cash. I mean, nobody walks out in their yard and takes a big pile of money and burns it. I mean, why would you do that? That's just fucking retarded.
Yep.
So you can just make this argument that there's all kinds of inefficiencies in how we're handling the money, the precious, which is the feeling good, feeling bad thing, and the nature of feeling good and feeling bad, and you can just make this relativity argument that we all really just always feel bad. It's just how bad, and that that's all that we're really playing for, is feeling better than worse. We're not really playing for feeling good. We're playing for it, not feeling bad. That's the important thing. Anyway, and that's the philosophy, and that's all we're trying to do here, blah blah blah, and these people negate the whole concept of philosophy. So they're philosophers of the non-existence of philosophy as a useful tool in determining truth. Don't bother arguing because they're just words. Words aren't anything. They can't mean anything, could they?
Yeah, nihilists come up with some really stupid shit.
You know, a word has 4 letters or it has 15 letters. How could that make any difference? I mean, it's that fucking stupid. So anyway, so this blithering jerk has some stupid video, blah 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 blah. I'm sure he's in many ways slandered me in the past, and that's why I have less than a favorable opinion of his moronic contribution to whatever the thought pool. That he's not doing the pool any good. He's just pissing in the fucking goddamn water, or maybe doing something worse than pissing in the water. And yeah, fuck him. So anyway, I got through most of his video in the first part, but we're stuck at the nihilist bullshit. Okay, he's just negating our capacity to rationally understand the nature of our sentience and the fact that we're doing something fundamentally different than all the other matter in the universe, We're conscious and we can feel. And the fact is it's a brain manifestation made out of cells and electricity. But the fact is, it's happening. It's an event. It's a real physical structure. I could put it in the bottle. I could take just the part of my brain that functions to create the illusion of torture, horrible pain, and just horrible aching yuck. And I could take that yuck and put it in a bottle in terms of making it just the minimum amount of brain to manifest that. And every single intelligent human on Earth should say, smash the bottle. Fuck that. Don't shoot that into space. Okay? Don't make that permanent. Don't continue that experiment. It's a very bad experiment. Putting torture in a bottle would be a really dumb experiment. Don't do it. We can all say it. There's nobody who wouldn't say it. There's no fucking moron on this planet, especially it's going to be their suffering in the bottle, who would say, go ahead, put the suffering in a bottle. So it's really an unnecessary conversation because these hypocrites and liars are basically pretending they don't know that there's a huge difference between me sticking a nail in their eye and giving them a cupcake.
Yeah.
That those two outcomes are distinctly different, fundamentally different, hugely different, and there's no point in having some moronic argument about how it doesn't make any difference. Of course it makes a difference.
Right.
Suffering be bad, okay? They really can't be, you can't pretend to be this stupid.
Yeah,
so
and that's what they're doing.
It's just a lie contrived to
Nihilists say that. What's the point in value propositions?
Just for the sake of it. That's it.
They're value judgments.
They're just anti-objecting to some kind of classical Nietzschean horseshit about survival of the fittest or something, or being the megalomonster. They all think that we're heading for creation of the megalomonster, and they don't want anybody to get in the way because we want to create the megamonster. I don't want to. So we'll continue where I left off, which is basically the frustrating position where he's claiming my testimony as a consciousness, pointing out that there's a cavern of difference between a nail in my eye and a cupcake, that I do have these sensational differences.
It's just simple. Is suffering real or not? And if it is...
He's saying that testimony is irrelevant. Doesn't mean anything. So even though I'm
is there more of it than not?
And I'm testifying honestly about how I experience it, he's saying, him as an intelligence, it's like an artificial intelligence saying, I don't feel it, so fuck you. But we already know he does feel it. So what sense does it make? Do you think if it's his torture on the line, he's going to sit there and just say, it doesn't matter?
Right.
If we have no interest, we're just sitting here saying, there's two things I'm going to make happen. I'm going to stick a nail in your eye, or I'm going to give you a cupcake. No way this asshole isn't going to try to sway that decision to the cupcake.
Right.
If he has money in the bank, he's probably going to try to bribe me into, come on, cupcake. Stay the fuck away from that torture thing. I really don't want a nail in my eye. He's going to admit it. It's important. It's not meaningless electricity.
Right. It's so true, man.
To have the conversation, you're just like, no, they can't be this.
Like when nihilists start talking about this shit, nothing matters, so not even your suffering matters.
The God delusion. Well, the no value delusion is worse than the God delusion. At least the God nuts know they're playing for something. At least they can be afraid of hell. You're playing some game like, oh yeah, no, go ahead. When that's just a lie. And you know it's a lie.
About the world, you're not going to be able to back it up with logic or evidence. It's just something you can assert. Yes.
So he's saying it's just an assertion.
What the hell?
It's not based on my life experience, my personal interaction with consciousness. I'm going to argue that I'm fully conscious, okay, that I'm really doing it, and I'm giving you honest testimony that I see an absolute cavern of difference, like, oh God, it's such a big, gigantic thing, it's like makes the Grand Canyon look ridiculously trivial, of difference between me being tortured and me being happy. Those are really different outcomes. Really, really different.
This is what I'm going to start from. This is my starting assumption. And I'm free to say I reject your starting assumption. I'm not required to believe it.
Okay, so I'm just saying that there's no conversation. So why even talk about having a debate, or why should I be interested in your opinion? Why should I care about what you're going to say logically when you've denied the most obvious of the
Yeah.
facts of all
Like,
the
you're not even someone
axioms
worth
I
conversing with.
am certain of? I am certain of. Okay, I am quite certain that there's a cavern of difference. That it would be a bad thing to put my torture in a jar and perpetuate it forever. That
Yep.
would definitely not be a good thing. I'm certain of it, sure of it. And I'm likewise certain as the same is true for anybody else's suffering. I would never put it in a jar and preserve it forever. So it's just a silly, stupid argument you're making where you are going to discount the existence of any real value when it's obvious we're creating it by having these sentient experiences. We are the value makers in the universe. Our brain tried to synthesize value. It tried to make fake value in the universe. And it accidentally made real value. It's just so fucking, it's a great story. It's so ironic. You should like it as an intellectual. You should like that whole idea of, wow, what a catch-22, right? We synthesized a robot. The robot tried to synthesize value, tried to give us a fake notion of it, and it created the real ouch, the real thing. It's just so funny. Ha 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 ha.
Rationality does not force me to believe it. Logic does not compel me to believe it.
Okay, I'm just saying. What other logic am I supposed to do? As a sentient organism feeling the cavern of difference, how do I logically interpret that as a lie? That somehow I'm being lied to by the universe. Sensations don't mean anything. They're completely irrelevant. It's not a functional reality that this organization of brain cells creates a pattern that is just decidedly negative. And what are you giving me as a piece of evidence to indicate that's not absolutely a fact? That there's a good pattern and a bad pattern, and they're just obviously very different patterns. Torturous nail-in-eye sensations versus yummy cupcake sensations are clearly different, and the difference is value.
Inductive adequacy, evidence and trying to understand the world, that's not going to compel me to believe it.
Okay, so again, you honestly tell me, okay, that if we just create a little toy game here, we can just have a game with little cards, and the cards have I get to torture you, or I buy you a hooker or whatever you're into, okay, and we play a game for that. You don't care how it comes out. You wouldn't do whatever you could to try to make it come out that you get the good thing, not
right.
the bad thing. You're telling me you can't see the value. That somehow rationally it'd be a waste of your time or money to try to change the outcome. Be no point in you trying to change the outcome.
Life is hell. The best thing about it is that it ends, and that's really just what it is. There has to be something else. Is it a wonderful life? No. Libertarians be dumb.
Alright, me again.
The audio's too piercing. I can't. My autism just can't handle that. Wait a minute. Do you guys know what this is? Zeitgeist addendum? I swear I watched this shit when I was like 14 or something. That was like, I think about this shit all the time. I think about this shit all the time. This was like my first red pill before I even knew like this is like a one of a kind type of, I wonder what I would think about this today. I'll never forget this shit. Let me click this shit if it's audible.
Right, a reaction video to a Jesus freak video. It's all your fault.
2008. Think about this. He was on this shit in 2008.
Nobody's making any videos. I end up watching this stupid Jesus freak.
I feel like he's kind of blown up in subscribers actually. Like, I don't remember him having. I thought he at one point he only had like 2,000 subs.
Video out of desperation. What a mistake. Oh, that guy is such a skanky dick. God, I hate him. So anyway, yeah, so he's bashing on the gays. Yeah, if he was talking to just gay Christians and telling them that they're doing something wrong based on what the Bible says, well then who the fuck cares, okay? Yeah, if any asshole who's gay and a Christian, if they can't figure out he should change one of those things, then they're an idiot, okay? But fuck this bullshit of talking about a whole class of people like you have authority, like your fucking book gives you authority to malign other fucking people like that. Fuck you. You know, I not only thumb my nose at your God, I thumb my fucking ass at your God. If your God creates bastards like you, pieces of human garbage like you, there's what people do in their bedrooms is their fucking business. All right, we live in a secular country. All right, so your dogma and your crap doesn't mean anything. And it just, you can't.
This is such a 2008 video. It's not even funny.
Form. It's nothing less than a form of racism. It's nothing less than it's just flat out fucking bigotry. And so we'll just apply the same standard to you, you know, because this just reinforces in bigots' minds that it's okay for them to bash on gays. It's okay for them to think they're lesser human beings.
He is a leftist, I think. I don't actually know for sure.
Says it's okay because God says it's okay. Fuck you. Well, know what your God said? Your God says it's not okay to get fucking divorced. So if you're goddamn Christian, maybe we should just take that fucking right away from you. All right? No more divorces for people who profess
I say
Christianity.
Based. Right? I say really based.
If your wife turns atheist and divorces you, well then you're stuck for the rest of your life being alone. And that's what you fucking deserve. You deserve nothing. Nothing. No happiness, no joy, no anything. Because you would steal it from somebody else. You would use the law to oppress other people and deny them the fucking goddamn freedoms you think you have a right to exercise. I mean, you're just such a weasel, such a piece.
Any smart man would be pro-freedom, and yeah, in this case, he's anti-suffering. So, taking someone's freedom away is a way of imposing pain on them.
Piece of shit. You know, thumb my ass at you. You know, I hope in hell I can earn enough credits in hell, you know, from Satan to be able to fuck you in the ass, really damn fucking hard, just as you deserve it.
Earn enough credits,
but you're gonna
like
rot
this game,
there, you know, for eternity, you sinner, you fucking sinner. I mean, your Jesus, your beloved bejesus. He didn't say anything about homosexuality, but he said something about goddamn divorce. And he made it clear that the old law letting you assholes be sinners was just to placate you sinners. And that the new covenant was, no divorce, butthole. You're done. You're finished. You are fucking cooked. So you got no business preaching to anybody. You guys certainly got no business with this stinking, lousy, rotten rhetoric of hate and bigotry. That's all you're endorsing, you dumb fuck. I mean, with all the problems in this world, with all the maniacal sinning that's going on, the greed and the avarice and the disgusting abuse that's happening to people, the meek aren't inheriting the goddamn motherfucking earth, and you fuckers aren't making that happen. You aren't doing Jesus's work. You're doing Satan's work. You're just an instrument of hate. You're an instrument of bigotry. You're useless to your goddamn God. Even if he did fucking exist, which he doesn't, you moron. And people have a right to say that. They have a right to say your God doesn't fucking exist. He's a figment of your fucking imagination. It's built out of a fucking fairy story. All right, so the fact that you can't grow up doesn't give you a right to sit there and tell other people that they have to invest in your insane and ludicrous philosophy based on a goddamn motherfucking book. I mean, it's just idiotic. I mean, you have to be able to justify when you're going to impose something.
I mean, we talk about a variety of topics, but usually right-wing politics and shit like that. But right now we're watching Emendem, which is really, he's a modern-day philosopher. And, you know, I mean, obviously it's like, I don't agree with him on everything, but for the most part, it's just impossible for him to be wrong on most things. And he's an anti-natalist, you know, so he believes it's immoral to have kids because he believes life is innately suffering. Which is funny because Nick Fuentes on Fresh and Fit said something similar. He says, I believe life is suffering, you know, which is really interesting to me because, you know, he's a Catholic, and he's the exact kind of person that Emendem is criticizing right here, and yet they seem to both agree on this same topic, which is that life is innately suffering. And yeah, I mean, look, if you believe life is anything other than suffering, it's really hard to engage in a conversation with you. You know, like that, like conversations sort of have to start from the basis of that world model. We could talk about what we're gonna do about that. You know, you could say, look, I don't think you should have kids. Other people could say, look, I don't really think it's a choice. Da da da. It's genetically predetermined. Some people say, well, look, life is suffering, but if I don't have kids, then my life is going to be even more suffering, right? And I'm just going to want to die every day. So, you know, should I put another life form here to suffer to minimize my own suffering? Because that's really what it is. It's a big Ponzi scheme. Like, look, if you get in, we'll make your life really fun, enjoyable. But, you know, you're putting other people here to suffer as well. So it's a lot to think about. But it's funny that it's not necessarily the fact that whether you're a Christian or not dictates whether, you know what I'm saying? It's not like people who believe in God automatically think that life is some glorious thing, which is good to hear. You know, that's what I'll say. It's good to hear that not everyone who believes in God thinks life is just this grand, jolly thing, because I think it's such a toxic belief to believe that this is anything other than some war zone cesspit. Like good parts of life, like I don't know, they're heavily outweighed by the bad is the thing. So, but this guy's sort of just talking shit. It's a 2008 video, so you have to really take it with a grain of salt. You know what I mean? You have to take it with a grain of salt that like what he's saying here. I mean, it was a completely different time. Not only was it a different time, but it was like, this is like generations ago at this point, because really the internet is changing in terms of culture at a rapid rate. You know what I mean? And there was this whole wave, and then there was like a kind of a new wave between like 2012 and 2015, and then there was like a new wave from 2017 to 2020, and now there's like this new era coming up now. And I guess that's sort of my point, is that this is like 3 internet generations ago. You know what I mean? This is like, it's so long ago that you can't even take it on its face value. But he still has a relatively similar view today, I think, on most things, which is that life is suffering, having kids is immoral because you're putting more suffering here than good. And when you think about it on a really raw level, I mean, how could he be wrong? I mean, this game, you could say it's disgusting. There are zombies. There's all this nasty shit happening in this game. Surely this game, it would be better to be where I'm at than this game. But time proves time and time again that the scariest thing is reality. It's not fiction. You can't make a piece of fiction that's scarier than reality. You just can't. Like Amendum says, it's been 150 million years of crocodiles eating other shit. Endless, endless, endless suffering. I mean, it literally never ends. So, and many people have talked about how it's better to have never been, blah, blah, blah. I like what Nietzsche said, actually, that Christians are the true pessimists because they need to believe that there's something else after this. You know what I mean? And they need to believe that the stuff that they're doing here is going to amount to something more grand after this whole thing's over. But you know, how pessimistic do you have to be? You know, for me, I'm happy just knowing that one day I won't be here. And it's just that simple. And that's really what it is. You know what I mean? There's really nothing else to make of it. Is that not a good enough of a message? Like, why do people need more than that? Like, one day you'll die, it'll be a black screen. It'll be better than a black screen. It'll be better than sleep. It'll be better than food. It'll be better than sex. You know what I mean? Really, really will be that way. Also, there was this whole interesting thing I seen the other day. I was in a call with someone and they brought this up. Let's see if I can pull it up. It's a suicide note of Mitchell Heisman. Not sure if you guys have heard of him. He left a really long suicide note. I think he killed himself on Harvard's stage or something. Like he shot himself in the head on like he literally shot himself in the head. You know what? I might have it on here, like on stage. Fuck, I don't think I'm signed in, or maybe I am signed in. But he was okay. I'm gonna try to recall it from memory, just because I don't want to spend too much time looking it up. But basically, he said something along the lines of like, people don't realize that when you go down the rabbit hole of philosophy, what you're really doing is you're preparing yourself, you know, to die. Is really what it is. Like that's what it is. Maybe I can find it here. Right here. Ordinary people seem not to realize that those who really apply themselves in the right way to philosophy are directly and of their own accord preparing themselves for dying and death. If this is true, and they would have been looking forward to death all their lives, it would of course be absurd to be troubled when the thing finally comes for which they have so long been preparing and looking forward to. Yeah, it's true. Personally, I think this place is more suffering than good. That's what I believe. I believe it is possible to experience pleasure. I think it is possible to experience good, but I think there's more suffering than good. I think the suffering outweighs the good by a long shot, and you know what I mean. And that's just what I believe. So that's why I like Amendum.
Other people, you have to be able to justify it with something.
And of course, if you really believe that, if you really believe what I just said, that there's more suffering than good, then of course it is immoral to have children. Of course, it is impossible to not be immoral to have children, unless you think that there's more good than bad here, right? That doesn't mean that I don't want children or that I'm not going to go on to have children or blah, blah, blah. But I'm just cutting it real because it's a fact. I'm just cutting it because that's just what it is. I mean, unless you want to deny reality and cope about it, you know what I mean? Then sure. But like, that's just what it is. For me, I see how childless people are, and I personally see them as, you know, being even more miserable than people with children. That's what I see. So when I see someone who has children, I see them as generally more fulfilled, better lives, for the better use of a word, happier. You know what I mean? And so that's another value proposition, you know what I mean, that you can make about the situation. Really, that's what it comes down to is simple. Do you want to add more suffering onto yourself, or do you want to put some being here that's going to suffer? You know what I'm saying? Because really, what are you going to do? Like, even at my age, like, I mean, I could just sit around and play this game or other games relentlessly, but I'm just going to want to kill myself at some point if I did that for too long, right? The only way that your life can have fulfillment after a certain point is if you make a family. It's the only way. But that's what makes this place a Ponzi scheme. It's such a good word for it, a Ponzi scheme, because that's what it is. If you want the goodies, you have to put someone else here to suffer, right? But, you know, if you put someone else here to suffer, then, you know, what kind of person are you, really? It's interesting. It's like, anti-natalism isn't even, it's really almost not a philosophy. Similar to nihilism, these aren't philosophies, these are just fact. It's truth that there's no meaning here. It's truth. Having kids isn't meaningful. It's not meaningful. It's just fulfilling. Those are two different things. There's no meaning in it. There's no meaning. Similarly, having kids obviously is immoral. It cannot not be immoral when life is more suffering than not, right? Unless you believe life is more pleasure than pain, in which you'd have to give a case for that. And I don't think many people could really give a good case for that. I really don't think that's the case, so.
All right, some sort of reason and rationale. But pull it out of a goddamn 1,000 or 2,000 or 3,000-year-old story. I mean, geez, you're just a sick, depraved, crazy-ass human being. So shut your fucking mouth. If you would have kept your damn mouth shut about this kind of bullshit and took care of your fucking goddamn wife, you wouldn't be getting divorced and going to goddamn hell.
I mean, shit, I don't think anyone can be over the age of 19 and really not want kids. I don't think it's really possible to enjoy life over the age of 19 and be childless. I completely reject the idea that you can have a fulfilling life and be childless. So, I see it as sort of a non-option, to be honest with you. I can try to give my kids the best life that they can have or that I can give them. That doesn't make this not a cesspit war zone hellscape. Of course, why would me being rich or famous or pretty or having good genetics or feeding them properly make this not a complete fucking hellscape? It does not change the nature of the game. There is nothing you can do to change the nature of the game. You know what I'm saying? It's just how it is. So, and there are many instances of giving children better living conditions that rots their brain and makes their lives worse. They end up addicted to drugs or something. So there's not even a right way to parent. But, you know, if you're not going to exit, and really here's another thing. People always say, well, why don't you just exit? Why don't you just kill yourself, right? People always talk about that. Well, you have to understand that there are mechanisms in your brain that are there to prevent that, right? So I don't even think it's a choice. Like, really, I don't really believe it. I believe all suicide is impulsive for that reason. Most people who do it, they generally do it like after a breakup, after a divorce, Why is that? Why is that always the case? I don't think that's a coincidence. I don't think that's a coincidence that that's the case. You get what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? I don't believe it's a choice. So, at the same time, I also think a lot of these people, this is another side of the conversation people don't like to talk about. When you talk about people like Amendum, you have to ask yourself, did he always believe this shit? Or did he just end up childless and he made all these, I'm gonna fucking die. He made this whole world model up after. You know what I mean? That's what I think. It's like, he wasn't selected by the gene pool. And, you know what I mean? He's not being genuine about the whole thing, because he didn't. Most people don't become the anti-natalists until like after they already weren't selected for in their 30s. You know what I mean? Like once they kind of lose hope that they'll ever be selected for by a woman, then suddenly they're anti-natalist. You know what I mean? So it's a little bit disingenuous, because you know what I mean. Like, would they have said that when they were 19 and getting pussy? I don't know if they would have been. I don't know if they would have said that the same way. You know.
You goddamn asshole. Who are you to point a finger at anybody on this planet and say they're undeserving of the same or equal respect? That you can call them something. You have the authority to call them something. Fuck you. You fucker. So anyway, enough said. But geez, you Christians, this is the, you know, having these among your ranks, Christians. This is why your religion's not worth anything, because this is all it creates, is goddamn fucking bigots. And that's all he is. Why would he talk about this goddamn subject? Why should it matter in an adult world where we've progressed a little further than manservants and slaves and women being fucking goddamn property? You know, we've evolved a little past all of that bullshit. And so, you know, why would you embrace a religion that sits there and writes that shit in stone and then sits there and tries to stone people with those rocks? I mean, fuck this shit. I mean, grow the fuck up. But I mean, really, if these people going to sit there and justify this oppression, maybe we just ought to oppress them right the fuck back.
There are
You
too
know,
many
let's
things that
use
don't make sense
whatever
about
clout
life.
we have, you know. Fuck Christians. Yeah, fuck their rights. They're going to sit there and use their rhetoric to energize and facilitate the abuse of people through their rhetoric. Then we ought to do the same goddamn thing to them. So fuck the divorced, right? Down with the divorce. Let's stone some divorced people. You bastard. I mean, it's just, ugh. It's just so stupid to have this conversation. You backwards moron. You're worse than a fucking baboon. You're worse than the goddamn animals you malign. The shit-throwing, shit-eating. You've got shit for goddamn brains. But, you know, better an animal than a creature like you. If I had to be something, I'd rather be a fucking goddamn maggot than be you. I'd hate to be as dysfunctional, as retarded, as void of logic and reasoning skills as you are. Fucking asshole.
He's high empathy. It's typical in leftists. Leftists are so high on empathy that they're sick on it. And let's hear this. This is good audio.
Alright, making a video, I believe. Yes, I am. Trying to put my glove back on. Yes, I am. It really is nasty here. Nasty cold it's gonna get and all that crap. Ugh. Nasty. Sorry. This glove thing is a little tougher than I thought it would be. Okay. Yeah, I shouldn't be a pussy about it. I should.
Depression is what? I mean.
Anyway. Anti-Natalism.
You gotta be fair though. That was a video from 2008. Like, like, I'm not gonna lie, that video was childish, but like, you know what I mean? Like, what kind of rhetoric did we see on the internet back in '08? Like, it was like how, like, he was one of the few people even making content at all. It was like, back then it was all these religious debates. It was basically the Christians versus the atheists, and they would debate all the time, and you know what I mean? And I mean, this is sort of from that era, but they were actually having good discussion back then.
Yeah, I was doing pretty good yesterday. Yeah, off day again. Just complain. Yeah, I'll just complain a little more. Yeah, it was kind of interesting. Except it's now wet and it's going to get just brutally cold for the next couple of weeks. Eesh. Anyway, okay, Anti-Natalism. Is depression a desirable state, or is depression an undesirable state? And
actually, a good question.
The reverse of that, which is whatever it is. Well, anyway, so those are the 4 options he gives us. Anyway, but this whole, it's not about desirable, like, obviously in the, oh, it's fun kind of way. It's desirable in the, what makes you a more productive human being. So again, he's just missing the point. The point is you have, look, your body and your mind are 2 different things. Come on. Yes, you're one thing, but I'm just saying the interest of your body, right? Your body can't think, it's not smart, it's not any of that kind of stuff. And it's the thing that needs to be survive. It's the thing that needs to be fed. And it's got the programming from nature still in it, so yeah, it needs to be, it needs to do the sex thing, which is intended, which is contrived to create the reproduction thing that satisfies the DNA molecule's agenda. Let's not go through this all again. But your mind doesn't come up with these desires. Okay, your mind doesn't think and say, what's a good thing for me to desire? Oh yes, I'll desire food and I'll desire sex.
Right.
Because I desire to survive, because that's all I can think of. No, your mind is capable of doing a lot more than that. Stepping way beyond native programming and understanding the machine.
Right, but my problem with this is like this idea that you can just choose to not have kids, right? I just think it's a little bit ridiculous of a concept. Like, I think way, way more of these people are just genetically, they're just genetic drift. And, like, there's just not much more to make of it. Like, I'm trying to think, like, can you really choose to not have kids? And then, like if you're my age, you're fertile, you're good enough to make a family still, competent enough to make the money to do it, politically informed enough to make sure that they survive, you understand women enough to select one without personality disorders. Can you be in the question asked is, can you be in my position and still choose with the mind to not have kids? Can you let the mind override the body and not have kids? I don't know if that's the story here. I think it's just a lot of these people weren't selected for. You know what I mean? And this is the philosophy that follows. I love what Techlead said. People act first and self-rationalize later. So one way or another, his actions got him to a level, or got him to a place where he was, at some point, when you have no children, you just kind of accept that you'll never have them. And this is just what happens. All childless people eventually hit a point where they cross the line from coping about the fact that they don't have kids to okay, I'm never gonna have them. I'm never gonna have them. Like, Usually this is around, I think it's personally around age 39. That's around when I see people who still don't have kids by 39. They typically just kind of throw in the towel. And then they start saying things like, well, I always knew I'd be childless. They deny like the fact that they pursued it for decades, which is disingenuous. Or they'll say, well, I was just stupid back then, which is also disingenuous because they're not understanding that the ways in which the genetics change between then and now. So, like, it's just not true to say that, you know, pursuing it back then was stupid or whatever because, like at that time, you know, that's what your genes were asking of you. Now that you're fucking 39, they don't care anymore. Or maybe they're not as annoyed. You know what I mean? But you'd still be suffering, but you get my point. Right, I mean, it's just that simple. Are you selected for or not? That's what it really comes down to. I don't know if it's a choice. That's my thing. I'm a little bit skeptical on this whole thing. What he's arguing here, there's a mind and there's a body, and we can all use our minds to override our bodies and just choose to not have kids, choose to end the suffering. Like, look at me. I'm somebody who can model all this stuff. I can model, like, the suffering. I overtly admit that there's more suffering than good. I openly admit that it's immoral to have children. And even then, I'm in a position where I'm most likely going to be selected for. So, should I not do it? Like, the question is, can I use my mind to not do it? And then the thing that these people never do, they'll make whole communities about how it's immoral and all this, but they never suggest what you should do instead. Because the only rational thing to do instead is to kill yourself. Let's just be real. But they also don't admit the fact that killing yourself is impossible. It must be impulsive. The brain center that like wants to die, so to speak, is at war with much more primitive brain centers where the blood flows much more quickly to. So in other words, you can't do it because you have multiple brain centers. They're all at war. And even if you know that that may be the best path forward for you, you can't just up and do it. Like, you know what I mean? I really do believe most people who kill themselves, they're on drugs, they're on Molly, they're on Adderall, they're hyped up off they're drunk, or they're you know what I mean? They're or they're coming off of a divorce, like they're in a crazy cortisol state, you know, something that maybe suppresses those layers of the brain that normally wouldn't go through with it. So I don't know if there's a such thing as like calm and calculated suicide. Seems a little off. There's no way. I don't know. It just seems off. You know, I think something has to hit a wall. You have to feel like something's over, like there's nothing left to build. Look at Ted Kaczynski. He didn't start bombing people till 36. This Mitchell Heisman guy I brought up, he killed himself at 35. Why is it always the mid-30s? I feel like the reason that these people are doing it at different ages is different. Like, if a teen kills themselves, it's because people bullied him, you know? If a 20-year-old kills himself, it's because their bitch left them. You know, if someone older does it, it's because they kind of started to realize they'll never have kids and it's pointless, or their divorce or their marriage went through and failed. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm trying to model this discussion, and I'm just trying to figure out how, if everyone's being as honest about it as they are, you know. It's just a good question, you know. Do people think first and self-rationalize later? Or is it possible to do what Amendum says? Is it possible to use the mind to override the body as a collective and end this suffering once and for all? I mean, we have nukes. If humans wanted to, we could get rid of everyone if we wanted to. Seems like the vast overwhelming majority of people aren't in favor of Amendum, you know. Amendum would just absolutely destroy everything if he could, because he believes it's a net positive. Is he wrong to assume that? I don't even know if he's wrong to assume that. So it's just that simple. What about women who never have kids? Well, women have a 90% plus chance of going on to have kids. So men are way less than that. I think there's way more childless men than women. In fact, if you have kids and you have a daughter, you can be almost certain that like you're gonna have grandkids. If you have two daughters, the odds go up insane, literally insane. Mostly all women go on to have kids, almost all. So, if not by a man, they can get fertilized artificially. Yeah, so it's just not the same as a childless male. Plus, women don't really have the whole. Well, they just fulfill a different role. You know what I mean? They really do. And do old women look happy? I don't know. You tell me, childless old women, do they look happy? Or fulfilled? There's the argument that nobody's happy. But I don't know. In my experience, what I see is that people with children are more fulfilled. Point blank. Period. That's the end of the story. That's truly just what that's what I've observed. So, yeah, these days, maybe the statistics are going down quite a bit. Yeah. I think in any natural primitive environment, the number of women who reproduce is like 90%. We live in weird times, so I can't really speak on that. Yeah, they're very desperate. Yeah, very, very desperate. That's really how it is. I don't believe there are any instances. There are aspects of being born a male that are better, but I don't believe that it's ever better to be born a male than a woman. Like, you know what I mean? And by the way, I don't know what we're going to do about all these childless women. I really don't know what we're going to do with them. Like, they can't provide for themselves. Like, we need a nanny state to provide for them, really. Or fake bullshit jobs, but all those jobs are going to get taken by AI. I'm not sure what these people are going to do. Who's going to watch them in the nursing homes? It's really, really disturbing. Part of having a family is that you have people to watch over you when you're old. This was such a normal thing throughout history. So I really don't know what we're going to do about all these women who don't have kids to watch over them. My mom, or any mom's biggest fear, is their kids ditching them and never watching them when they're old. So, yeah, to not have kids, half of the population, that's like 40% more than normal. Yeah, it's weird. Millennials in general are childless, both genders, yeah, but definitely men more than women. In what circumstances, though? This is a good question. In what circumstances do you think it'll be better to be born a male than a female? There are aspects of being born a male that are better. You can parse reality on a high level, you know, and really you could go to war. Women really don't go to war. It's not really what they do. I don't know, though. I mean, there are ways in which it may be better because you can model concepts and you can there's just some aspects to it that are better, but overall it's always better to be born a woman because it's innately less suffering. Truly, through and through, it's less suffering. It's just that simple. And Amendum always brings the discussion back to this. He always brings the discussion back to pain minimization. Of course, the best way to minimize pain is to not exist, to have never been. So, really, the more interesting statistic would be women over 40, because a lot of women over 30 are still coping that they could have kids. And also, I sort of have a problem with this whole topic about people like being fulfilled from having kids, because a lot of the people who have kids these days, they're missing the whole plot with it. They're missing the entire point of having kids. The entire point of having kids is to make it a life's mission. to raise and sculpt and mold this family like you would a piece of art, like you would if you were programming a game or anything else. You would want to sculpt it and make it the best thing you could be. That's what you do with a family. The idea that you just piss or shit some kids out and you barely watch over them any more than you have to, and any second you can get where you just don't have to deal with them are the best parts of your day, and they're this big annoyance, and you bitch about them and you complain about them, and you still get drunk and high and go to parties, even though like that stuff, it makes no sense when you have a family. Like, you should be able to derive enough pleasure from your family to not need all these things, right? It should be something that's so interesting, so enjoyable, that you don't need anything else. You don't need to sit around and watch the game and open a beer. Why would you even need to sit around and open the beer when you could do something to make your son or daughter's life better? That doesn't make any sense. You can tell these people really missed the plot with it, and they just did it because they just happened to be selected for. And I don't think it's making a lot of people fulfilled now, because they don't really view making a family like that. They don't really view it like you're sculpting something, or like it's like a true mission or a project or something. It's really a lifelong project, one way more immersive and fulfilling than anything else you could ever do. And that's why I say it makes people generally more fulfilled when they do it, because it's just so immersive. It's just so real. And you know what I mean? But beyond that, it's like people are having them, and they're not really case selected. They are selected. They're divorcing 3 years in. Like, wait a minute, you missed the whole plot. You missed the whole fucking plot. Like, I don't even know how you got into a position where you fell in love with someone, had 2 kids, got married, and then got divorced 3 years in. How is that possible? You totally missed the plot. Like, for me, if or when, because obviously it comes down to whether I'm selected for, if or when I get married, that's it. Like, there's no divorce. You try to divorce me, I'm I don't know what I'll do. You know what I'm saying? Like, the situation, there's no life after divorce is the thing people don't understand. There's no life after divorce. There's nothing. Like, I'm completely uninterested in anything that happens after divorce. Let's just say that. Obviously, I have to watch what I say on YouTube, but you get my point. Like, I'm not half in or a quarter in. Like, I'm not in this like for a short time. I don't care. Like the thing is like, I'm either taking this seriously and you're taking this seriously and we're taking it all the way, or that's it. Like, or that's it. You know, I don't really care. Lifetime childlessness for women is currently 14%. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it's not, like, it's normally, like, very rare. Like, in women especially. I don't know what men's is, though. I think men's is much lower, or the statistic you're giving would be much higher. A lot more men go on to be childless than women. Like I said, if you have a daughter, the minute she comes out of the womb, you basically already have grandchildren, because the odds that she doesn't go on to have kids is extremely low. Obviously, it's higher now than it used to be, right? I think a lot of millennials are just totally sick in the head, but yeah, so you know, the whole conversation's complex, but my whole thing is like this idea that marriage is just something you're doing for you. Like, whoa, like no, I don't care about me or you, or like what the fuck? Like, the idea that the marriage is about you, it's just so silly. Like, it's literally just for the kids. Like, that's all it's for. It's just for the kids. There's no other purpose to marriage. You know what I mean? It's like, my enjoyment for you is going to be what it is. You know, a year and a half in, like, I always use that as a metric. That's as much as you'll ever like someone, you know, so. Yeah, that's true. Doesn't mean she won't, but she needs to understand what comes after that then. You know what I mean? Because at that point, you know what I mean? I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to talk about it, but yeah, it's just that simple. Like, she can fuck around and find out. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. And they women always do, so it doesn't fucking matter. But anyway, the kind of woman that you need to marry in the first place is one who understands that the point in the marriage was never about you two anyway, and that it was about the kids. If she doesn't understand that, then you're wasting your time. And a woman who really understands that, she wouldn't divorce 10 or 15 years in anyway, unless, you know, you became seriously, like, incompetent. All you have to do is not become that incompetent. It just seems unlikely that it'll happen if it's managed properly. I think I truly believe that the increase in divorce rates that you see is due to well, obviously, one, it's a predatory legal system, right, made by Jews that you know, divorce, like Kanye said, divorce courts are a Jewish thing. Like, before these people came in, you know, the divorce rate was like 5%. But I think a lot of it is just people just being misguided, really. I think that's really what it is. I think a lot of, especially women too, women with feminism and stuff, people are very misguided. Because if you go up to how many people on the street, you guys go up on the people on the street and you bring up marriage, how many people are going to talk about it like it's something for them? It's not something for you. It's not something that you do for you. It's something you do for the kids. You know what I mean? That's just really how it is. So, and if you approach it from that position and really believe that and understand that, then, you know what I mean? But it doesn't mean she won't. Well, what's waiting for her on the other end? You know, I've seen these women. Let me tell you guys about this bitch that I've seen. So me and my mom go over, we go over her friend's house, right? And this woman had one of the most fascinating stories I've ever heard. I couldn't stop talking to her. We literally talked for hours and hours and hours. It was really, really crazy. I could tell that she had ADHD because typically when I'm able to retain conversations with people for that long, they tend to have ADHD. And like, you could just tell we were really enjoying each other. So she's like 51, looks old. Probably she looks like she was a Stacy in her youth though. She was like 5'8" and total narcissist. So you know she was a Stacy. And so she married this rich white guy. She was white, so she married this rich Gen Xer. They moved into the New England, Boston area. They had 2 kids, 1 boy, 1 girl. They had like the rich man's. They call that the rich man's family. The one boy, 1 girl. That's the rich man's family. Oh my God, I'm about to die this quick. Oh, it's because I have this stupid gun out. But yeah, so her life was literally perfect. Like, no joke, her life was literally perfect for a wife. I mean, she had everything that she would have ever really wanted, and I couldn't stop talking to her because I found it so interesting that she was from this particular area. Because I have a very high view of the people who live in this New England area. There's a lot of rich families that are raised there, and just in general, like I've been thinking a lot about like if you're gonna live somewhere. I've been thinking about where I want to live. I don't want to live in Florida forever. I think it's really just a temporary spot in my journey, and a lot of the places are being flooded with immigrants. So I just think a lot about where I want to live in the future. So this woman was from a pretty upper class rich area, and she had a mate. And she literally divorced her husband. This guy was perfect. I mean, he made great money. He had his own business. He was highly respected in his field. He had good status. He was extremely hardworking. He did everything right. He was extremely consistent with everything that he did. She literally, when she talked about him, and what's funny, me and my mom, the place we went over to meet her, she was with like this new guy. Who's like more of like a Chad type or whatever, just like a, he works on cars or whatever. He's like a car guy, mechanic, and we go over there, and you can tell that in front of this guy, she talks more highly of her ex-husband than she does the guy that she's fucking. And I thought that this was peculiar, that she's talking so highly of her ex-husband in the way that she is. And you could tell that she totally misses her old situation. She misses the in-laws. She misses the big house. She misses her mother-in-law. She misses all the people, and both families don't like her now because she divorced this guy. But this is what's super fascinating about the situation. The peculiar part about the situation is why she left him. She left him, and she says, I said, so then why did you leave him? Like, you had it all, you had the best life ever, and it's pretty obvious that she really did have just about as good of a life as a 40 or 50-year-old housewife could have. Why did she leave him? And she said she became just so unattracted to him that she couldn't even stand the smell of him anymore. When he would come upstairs, she would have to rush to put clothes on because she didn't want him to see her naked, because she just so badly didn't want to have sex with him. And what that tells me is this guy was such a fucking beta male. Like, he was so cucked. He was just such a beta provider that she had not only lost attraction, because the way that she tells the story is like she lost attraction 10 years ago. But she lost attraction to the point to where it became literally impossible for her to deal with it anymore, and she left him. Now, I got to say I have a lot of respect for her in the sense that she's able to admit that that's the reason why. You know, that the fact that she can admit that the reason that she left this guy was just because she was just so unbelievably unattracted to him is extremely interesting, honestly. But the thing that's weird about it is, like, in the end, like, it's still like a branch swinging whore moment. And the reason I brought this up is because it begs the question, what was waiting for her on the other side? And there's no doubt about it that she misses her old life like hell every day. She's on antidepressants. She goes to therapy twice a month. Every day she regrets what she did. Her kids didn't talk to her for 3 years. She's a typical modern-day branch-swinging whore. There's nothing to respect about her situation at all, other than maybe if you're like me, you're red-pilled, you understand female nature, just how real she tells it, because she didn't cut any bullshit. She didn't try to make the guy look bad. She didn't lie or say, like, oh, the guy, he abused me, or, oh, he was, because this is the thing. When women often say, like, when a guy was beta, they often say, oh, he abused me. Abuse only, see, if Chad abuses a bitch, it's not abuse, right? But if a beta male does it, then it's abuse. So that's sort of the point, is that when a guy's that beta, typically they'll say that they were abused, or they'll say he cheated or do something to try to smear the in-laws so that they think he was the bad guy. But no, she just took the whole fall for it. She made him look like the good guy, of which he was. She talks highly of him still, and she lets the kids hate her. And she's now living in a different state, living with a poor prole slave who works on cars. But he's Chad. This was the guy she fucked in high school. Think about that. She left her great lifestyle for Chad that she was fucking in high school. And it's just one of the most profound stories I've ever seen. I don't think it's really possible in the modern climate for you to even keep a woman as long as he kept it, like in the millennial generation, if you're as beta as that guy was. Like, if you just ignore her, you know, women say, like, oh, he didn't give me attention, da da da. That's not really what they mean. You know what I mean? They don't really know what it is that they want. They can't really put it into words. But you know, in the end, I think she just had no attraction for him. And it's such an interesting story to me, because my initial response when I heard her talk is like, it's like not even like a response. It's just like a way of thinking for me. Is like, what a branch swinging whore. Like, that's just what I thought in my head. But in reality, there's this whole other side to it where it's like, you know what? I really get why you left him. You know what I mean? I really get it. But I think in the end, she waited till the kids were in college, you know? Like, she had lost attraction for him while the kids were teens, but the lifestyle was still good enough, and she was still involved enough with the kids' life that it made sense to stay just for the kids. And I asked her point blank. I told her right to her face. I said, so why didn't you just stay for the kids? And of course she takes some mild offense to that, but not really. She actually took it to the chest pretty well. And, you know, she basically just said, for what? You know, they were already in college, da-da-da. And she probably had a much better response than that, because this happened like 3 weeks ago. I'm trying to recall it as good as I could. Because every response that she gave actually impressed me. It really did. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, like, I think millennials really have to learn, like, they really cannot slip up. You know, I mean, I'm not suggesting you have to game your wife, but what I'm suggesting is you can't just go to work and provide to a woman and guaranteed not get divorced. You get what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the boomers really could just they really could just provide to a bitch and never get divorced. Really. You know, they would stick together, you know, just on the basis that he's bringing in the money. But that's not the case anymore. With the millennials, you have to game your wife. I mean, that sounds corny as hell, but you have to be interesting. You can't just let your wife get unattracted to you and expect her to stay. There's no religion bonding you guys. And and once the kids are old, the kids don't even bring you guys together. And millennial women are even more ruthless, where they'll divorce you even before the kids are old, because they're just so entitled to being treated well, whatever the fuck well is, which is the right mix of simping and abuse. And you get what I mean? Like, you can't be to this, you can't be to that. It's an impossible mission. But I mean, what are you going to do? You're going to not play like Amendum, like this guy? Do you want to walk around in forests alone and play this fucking game I'm playing for years and years? Or do you want to at least give a try at these bitches, see what comes of it? I mean, look, if you guys get divorced, you can always just go MGTOW monk, ghost the kids, or you could just rope, or, you know what I mean? You could tell the kids, you know, look, I did as good as I can, but I did as good as I could, but look at your mom's a whore, you know? And, or you can continue to cope and try to remarry. I don't understand remarrying. Like, Elon Musk has been through like 3 marriages now. I don't know if it's just because he's incompetent or what. Like, how do you even get through that many divorces? Like, is he not red-pilled? Like, does he just focus too much on his business to keep his wife's interested? Like, what the fuck, man? Like, you know, it's just kind of weird. But yeah. Did he say he was emotionally unavailable? Oh, did she say he was emotionally unavailable? She didn't say that, but it just sounded like, I mean, you heard, I think the most fitting part of the story is when she said, when he would come upstairs, I had to race to get dressed. She was severely unattracted to this guy. Like, totally. In other words, she wasn't sexually attracted to him. He was so case-selected. He was so, like, well put together and structured and non-mysterious that she just couldn't even stomach being in the same room with him anymore. Literally. And like I said, it's like, the only reason he even lasted as long as he did is because he's from Gen X. Seriously. So, look, there's no guarantee you won't end up with a divorce. But, I mean, like, it's just, there's too many sides to the this discussion. Like, the first side is what Amendum talks about. Is it even a choice? Everyone who ever had kids or didn't have kids, was that a choice? I'm seriously leaning towards the idea that it's not a choice. Like, seriously. I don't know if I believe that it's a choice at all. Like, at all. I don't know if I believe there's any instances where it's a choice. Seriously. I mean, I'm already such a genetic predeterminist as it is, but I mean, that's not to say I don't believe in free will. I do believe in free will. I just believe that agency is very confined within the genetics. Like what I'm trying to say is the genetics make up 80 to 90%. You have a very small threshold of free will. For Amendum, this guy who's already long past the window of where he could ever have kids or whatever, realistically create a family or anything like that, to go on and then preach about how we should use the mind to override the body and not have kids to minimize suffering. Like, I get his whole message, but like, is that even possible? You need to ask if that's even real, like if that's really what happened with you, or if that's what happens with anyone else. You get what I'm saying? Like, is that really what's going on here? And then, if you can, does that mean everyone can do it? Can you convince everyone to do it? You know what I'm saying? There's a lot to the discussion, but I think there's a lot of incels online that think that they're volcels. They think they're voluntarily celibate, and that's totally not what's going on there, like at all. At all. What my biggest problem, though, is not even that part of the discussion. My biggest problem with the people in the childless camp, and again, I'm somebody who could end up both ways. I'm really a mixed bag, guys. It's the case of, like, my biggest problem with the people in the childless camp is that they cannot give me any evidence. Like, it's so obvious, and it should be obvious to them, that their lives are worse than people who have kids. It's so clear. They try to say, like, oh, I can do what I want, I can travel. I mean, do I have to pull it the fuck up? Like, it's really, really just depressing. Like, this shit is depressing as hell, man.
It is surreal being back here. There's this light rain, almost like waking up from some dream. Welcome back to Tokyo.
Mind you, he's divorced. And his wife abducted his kid, okay? Mostly because he was being cheap and most likely being beta, and he was probably blue pill. I mean, there's a lot of, he mismanaged his situation. You know what I mean? But still, it's like, look at this shit. Why I travel alone, dude? You travel alone because your wife left you. Because you were spending $4K in downtown San Francisco when that's literally being cheap as hell. Aren't you like a multimillionaire? You should have been dropping at least 10K to 12K rent a month for a place in downtown San Francisco when you make the kind of money you do. Why are you being so cheap with your wife and kid? You know what I'm saying? It's like she already sees you as a beta provider. Then you're going to withhold the money and not... Like, what were you going to do with the money? Like, what is the point in the money if you're not going to give it to them? Now you got all the money. Let's see what he does with it. Like, this is my thing with the childless camp or the MGTOW camp or any of these other people who, or in his case, I mean, he may as well be childless. He may as well be childless because he's not going to go on to have another kid. We already know that. And he can't see his current kid. So, you know what I mean? He may as well be childless. For him, it just took him the lesson of his wife abducting the kid for him to get the kind of information, for him to get the message, for like reality to drill it into his skull what this place is all about. But he may as well be childless. Is it not abundantly clear in these videos that these people are extremely unfulfilled? Is it not that way?
So this video is going to be a little different. I decided to revisit Tokyo, and I'm taking you guys along this time to show you kind of what I like to do around here, the routes and alleyways and restaurants I like to go to, because everybody does.
It's already sad. It's already sad.
It's a big city. We all have our own little pockets of the city that we know and like. You know, I've been to Tokyo so many times, it's basically a blur for me. I first visited the city when I was studying abroad here for a year in college. And so when I'm back in the city, it almost feels like I'm time warping back 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years to a time long ago. But first off, you may be wondering, why am I even in Japan? Well, this all started when I was sitting in the barren wastelands of Las Vegas, Nevada in the desert. I just thought to myself, why am I there? Like, why am I just sitting in this radioactive desert with terrible water, terrible air, no trees? It's the sunk cost fallacy where I've already paid my rent, and so therefore I feel like, I have to utilize the rent that I've paid for and just sit in this prison that I've built for myself. It's like I made my bed, now I need to sleep in it. And so I thought to myself, why don't I go to a place with some actual trees? Now Tokyo doesn't actually...
Right here, okay, so like you already seen that. That was already sad, but this gets even better right here. Look at this shit.
The thing about traveling is, it gets pretty dumb after a while. I've been in...
It's called I'm Tired of Traveling, My Existential Crisis. I love this video. This is epic.
The thing about traveling is, it gets pretty dumb after a while. I've been in Japan here for like 2 months already. Don't even know what I'm doing, just wandering around the streets for hours aimlessly. If you enjoy shopping around for like 6 hours straight, that's a lot like what traveling feels like after a while. And I just don't even know what I'm doing here anymore. It's like just looking at other people living out their lives, and here I am just not really belonging anywhere. And I don't want to make these travel vlogs. You guys don't want to watch them, evidently, from the low views these are getting. But look, you guys, it's either going to be this or crypto videos, because what more do you want me to talk about?
His life is
here?
empty.
You want me to sit down all day? I can give a shot at like productivity content if you would like that. Maybe I'll do that today for you.
What
So
use
I've
is
decided to go
productivity
home.
if you're not
I'm
going to
done
output to a family? Like
with Japan, these vlogs are coming to an end. Today here I'm in Yokohama. You know, last night I was at a capsule hotel, actually. Pretty fun little cultural experience. And then I went to Yokohama Chinatown. Great food as usual over there. There's been a lot of renovations, so the city's flourishing these days.
this is what I'm talking about with society, okay? You had the boomers, which the boomers, you could list a laundry list of things that was wrong with the boomers, but the boomers are really the most, like, I hope every boomer goes to hell. Like, seriously, I hope that if there is a God and there's a heaven and there's a hell, that God just puts every last motherfucking boomer in hell. Literally, every one of them. No exceptions. If you're white and you're a boomer, you go to hell. It's just that simple. Gen Xers too. Fuck them. Like, I cannot wait for these people to be in nursing homes. Seriously, they're disgusting. They're disturbing. They pass nothing down to their kids. They didn't give any of their property to their kids. They sold it all to Jews. What did these people do for our... They literally fucked their offspring over so badly, you can't even come up with words to describe it. It's unbelievable. They partied it up. So you have the boomer partier. You have the boomer light, which is the Gen Xer, who partied and did drugs all the same and drank and watched football and basketball and hockey or whatever the fuck else. Then you have the millennial travel vlogger. Okay, the millennial travel vlogger are like these retarded Instagram people who basically their way of they go first off, they don't form families. They wait till 30 to even think about making a family, and most of them don't do it anyway. There's a bunch of them in their upper 30s who are still traveling around and posting videos like this guy. And they're not focused on their families. And it's the same exact shit to me. What I see with the millennial travel vlogger is the same shit as the boomers. It's people who aren't acquainted with war. They're not politically inclined. They don't study history. You know, they just they have an arrangement of things. You know what it really is? You know what all these people have in common? Me, me, me. It's all about me, me, me. Everyone is always thinking about me, 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 24/7. That's the boomer, that's the Gen Xer, and the millennial travel vlogger. And then there's also the Zoomer gamer type, the gaming Zoomer addict. Like all these fucking people that sit around on League of Legends all day, and all they do is eat, sleep, and breathe for fucking goy slop entertainment, for tweets. They watch streamers, whatever flavor of the month streamer is out. They play video games, and they study the video game up and down, even though it's a bunch of fucking code. It's not real at all. It's there to fucking enslave you. And it's the same shit. These people are the same type of sick, which is where it's about me, 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 my rank, how am I doing? All these people have completely missed the plot. That your life is about you, 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 up until maybe 19. Then you need to find a bitch, have 10 kids with her, and every single thing you need to be doing is just about the kids. It's not even about the bitch anymore. It's literally not about her at all. The boomers failed to do this. The Gen Xers failed to do this. The millennial travel vloggers tried to do this. The Zoomer gamer, I can't say the word, failed to do this. And it's just a perpetual cycle until somebody realizes that the point of this shit after the age of 19 is to focus on your offspring. That's it. There's no fun. We're not here for fun. I'm not here to watch Netflix. I'm not here to boot up a game. I'm not here to watch movies with you. We're not here to go on trips. I'm not. You missed the plot if you thought this shit was about you going on trips. It's not about how many trips to Miami or Tokyo you can take. That's something you take once or twice a year to get the shit off your head, all the stress. That's not the point in your life. The point in your life is supposed to be about the kids. If you don't have kids, you miss the plot even more than this, and I don't exactly know what you're doing to supplement this. You know what I mean? I'm still waiting for someone to show me what they do that fulfills them over the age of 20 that is not having a family. I'm still waiting. I haven't seen anything. You know, if games and traveling and all this shit is what life was about, it would be abundantly clear by now, but it's not. And all it did was get us into a completely disastrous situation. It put us into a disastrous situation. The boomers failed to defend their borders in the U.S. Now, the country of America is 60% white. In 1950, when they were around, it was 89% white. By the end of this decade, it'll be probably about 50% because I think they just threw like 150,000 illegals over the border like every week over week for the last however many. Like, it's unbelievable how many people are coming here. In fact, there's so many illegals in the States right now that we literally couldn't even remove them. Like, mass deportation, it works, but when you're outnumbered, like, there's tens of millions of guns in this country. All of these illegals are going to be armed. It's literally turning back into, like, if you're white in this country, in America, it's going back to, like, what it was like when the white settlers came here with the Indians, where, like, if you weren't in a predominantly white area, you were in danger. There was a chance at any point that if you expanded out west and you weren't in a predominantly white area, that some Indians would come by, they'd take your family, they'd scalp you, and they'd enslave you or kill you. And that was always on the cards. It was always on the cards for the white settlers in the 1800s. It's how it always was, and it's going back to that. There's so many non-whites in here that you're going to be in danger 24/7 if you're not armed, literally. These people are hostile. They demand jobs. I mean, you see it all the time with signs. And whites still haven't got the message. And Jews, their number one priority, despite the fact that Israel still doesn't have a constitution, despite the fact that now they have the whites pissed at them, they have the non-whites coming in their country, which isn't good for Jews either. How is like 30% of America being Latino good for Jews? How is that good for Jews? How? You don't think that these people aren't going to come up north into the New England area and start robbing those houses, start pillaging your families? You don't think that's not going to happen to you? Like, it's going to happen to them too. I don't understand why their number one priority is still making it seem like whites being nationalist is somehow a bad thing. That makes no sense. It makes no sense at all. So what happened? The boomers, they had it all. Literally, they had it all. What the fuck did they do? They failed to defend their borders. They sold their properties to BlackRock. They're now moving to New Zealand. I seen something yesterday that these people are selling their properties to BlackRock and moving to New Zealand because it's safer. It's safer for you. What about your fucking kids? In any normal society, you would pass your $33 million Californian ranch down to your kids. And if some people were coming over the border that made it so your ranch was unsafe, you'd walk the fuck to the border armed and deal with it. That's what you would do. You would defend your borders with guns. That's what real men do because they don't want their kids to get fucked over. No, what do? You sell your shit to BlackRock and you flee the fuck to New Zealand as if that's somehow safe from China. That shit is absolutely ruined and fucked from China. That shit has no future. Australia, New Zealand, they're all going to be China's bitch. Literally, they're all going to be, they already are China's bitch. China's mining the gold there and taking it. They're allowing the original whatever natives, which were much less hostile than the Indians, they're letting them back in. These people are just, it's just really, really insane. One of the number one things, if you go back to Europe in the 1600s, the 1700s, the 1500s, in any time in history, the number one theme was that if you owned land, you passed that land down to your kids. People would live in the same houses for hundreds of years. Literally, in some cases, thousands. Literally, there were some cases where one family, they would be the same last name for 1,000 years in the same castle. Literally, in the same castle. And my mom will sell her property to BlackRock. Most Gen Xers will sell their properties to BlackRock, Bill Gates, or whoever else, these new feudal lords. And that's really what it comes down to. It comes down to the fact that these people are selected. They are not K-selected. They do not think about their lineage at all. They have no lineage. And they belong in hell. In one way, I hope that hell exists, not because I'll probably go there, but because at least most of these boomers will go there. There's no way God can spare these people. There's no way. You cannot do your kids as dirty as they have done, the millennials and Gen Xers, and not go to hell. It's impossible. And when I see the millennial travel vlogger type, and when I see the Zoomer gaming addict, I see the same fucking bullshit that I see in the boomers in these two generations. They're sick in the head, and they've lost the plot. They've lost the whole point, that the whole thing was about passing the shit down and getting out of this place. I already told you guys an hour ago, life is suffering. The best thing about it is that it ends. Even Christians know that life is suffering. They admit this shit. Okay, while you're here, the best thing you could do is make it neat for the people you're passing it down to, and then just leave. It'll be a peaceful way out. Instead, you focus me 24/7. Where can I travel to? Is Tokyo safe? Wait a minute. I just seen white people say that moving to Tokyo was safe. I'm moving to Tokyo because it's safe. They don't feel like the U.S. is safe anymore. They don't feel like Europe is safe anymore. Can you tell me how the fuck living in a predominantly Asian country as a white person is going to be safe if there's another world war? You know how subhuman that the Japanese acted in World War II against whites? They would, and it's how it always is. People stick with their own. You can't discount this. This idea that we could just go to Japan right now and it's nice and we can frolic in this shit and it's gorgeous. I mean, don't get me wrong. It literally is, no joke, the most beautiful place on earth. I'm not saying that Japan isn't. But it's a dying nation, and they are not going to welcome you when shit hits the fan, and shit will hit the fan. It will hit the fan eventually. I'm not necessarily sure in which way it will hit the fan. I'm not necessarily implying it's going to be a violent way in shit hitting the fan, or that whether it'll be an economic way, or whether it'll be a political way, or you know what I'm saying? But shit will hit the fan. Something you guys need to understand, that if you're a millennial or you're a Zoomer, every year that you're alive, not your life, I won't say your life, but the world that you live in will continually get worse year over year. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. The boomers are not doing anything to prevent things from getting worse, and the Gen Xers won't either. The boomers will at least die, seeing it get worse, and the Gen Xers most likely too. There's one good thing about being our age group. There's one good thing, is that we will get justice. We will get justice. But by the time we're old, when we're 40, 50, 60, 70, millennials are going to clean this place the fuck up. Seriously, I don't know how long it's going to take, but we will see justice. I'm not going to say it's going to go back to good times again. It's not going to go back to good times. But we're going to see some kind of consequences play out in our lifetime. Whether that means America completely failing, or some kind of event happening that drastically changes the political landscape or something. But we're going to at least see justice. The boomers and the Gen Xers are going to get away with living this me lifestyle and then just dipping out. They're never going to get to see the consequences of their disgusting acts. But in some ways, that's more depressing, because they're just going to get to see it get worse, and they're never going to get to see how it ends. So at the very least, know that each year in 2030, if my fucking videos are even still up in 2030, and you remember back to me talking about this, and you think, man, life was better then than it is now. And in 2040, when you wake up and you think, man, life was better in 2030 than it is now, and the conditions continue to get worse, at the very least, the one thing you need to know in the back of your heart is that you'll at least see the end of this shit. Because when the millennials are 70 and 80, they're going to clean this place the fuck up, period. That's how it's going to be, and I know that's going to happen. So, and if not them, then definitely the Zoomers. So, but yeah, when I see this kind of shit, because the millennials are really in the baby making phase right now, and in part, maybe some young Zoomers who are really based, having them young, are in the baby making phase. When I see this kind of travel vlogging millennial shit, I get a serious sense of disgust. I get a sense that you really missed the plot. And what I see in this person is the same soul that I see in the boomer and I've seen in these generations that are detached from war, which is partly the problem. Is when you're detached from war, you have absolutely no capacity to model reality correctly. You can't. You can't really understand reality if you've never been to war, or seen famine, or some kind of serious struggle. Okay? So we're now 4 generations deep of having not seen war, and you have all these distorted beliefs. You have people believing ridiculous stuff. Everyone's focused on gender and baseball politics and entertainment. Everything's about entertainment. And Destiny, if you've seen Destiny on the most recent Fresh and Fit shit, I mean, he looked so pathetic. He said life was about playing StarCraft, and he lets his wife fuck other guys, and he doesn't even think about any of this shit. He doesn't think about history. He doesn't understand history. He's having to study history in between debates. His life is very, very sad, and what I see in him is the same soul that I see in the boomers, and he makes his life all about him. He makes his life all about entertainment, just like how these people took fucking psychedelics, which caused brain damage, and they smoked weed relentlessly, and they drink Bud Light up until the trans stuff came on the bottle. It's like, you know what I'm saying? It's the case that they're all the fucking same. They're all the fucking same, and that they haven't gotten the message yet. They really have not got the message yet. And unfortunately, these gaming addict zombie Zoomers are the same fucking way. You gotta stop this shit. Like it's not gonna fulfill you. It's not what this place is about. You're here to get in and get out quick, but you're here to leave it nice for your offspring. I mean, you didn't ask to be here. As far as I know, there was no waiting list to get in here. You're just thrown in here. The place is more suffering than good. It's temporary, and it is what it is. The best thing you could do is at least leave it nice for the people who come after you. But no, they don't do that. They don't do that, and they don't do that because they're sick in the head. They most likely have fallen for demoralization propaganda, or they've been attacked culturally, historically. Their history's been erased. They've been convinced that they're the fucking bad guys. Mostly whites and Asians both have been convinced that they're bad guys. And yeah, it's just I don't exactly know what the future is for whites and Asians, because whites are only 5% of the planet, and Africans and Indians and Chinese, these people are outbreeding whites like mad. They are outbreeding them like mad. That's another thing, too. Millennials just aren't having kids. Like, they're literally just not having kids. It's like, well, what kind of planet are you leaving? I mean, you're not leaving anything, really. I mean, whites, not only would they get outbred even if they had kids, because they're just a smaller portion of the planet, but they're not even having kids. They're not even having kids. So, but even if they do, they don't invest anything down. They don't pass anything down. So it's just, the situation is way, way, way worse than people are making it out to be. It's a disaster. It's a disastrous situation. There's not anything that I can sit in this stream and tell you guys that's going to make it better. It's going to get worse year over year. You need to accept that. Life is not going to get better. Not for you and not for your kids. You have to stay politically informed. You have to navigate the situation as best as you can. And I just say, try to live as long as you can, because I really, really do think you'll see some kind of justice. You'll see some kind of justice for the inadequacies that these older generations did to us. And it really is something that they did to us. It's something that was done to you. It was an attack. For them to sell their property to BlackRock and not pass it down to you is an attack on you. That's something that they're doing willingly. They chose that. That's a willed act. And yeah, I hope that I mean there won't be justice for them, but we will get our justice for sure. We will.
Tired of traveling these days. I just want to lie in bed all day, and yet the show must go on. So today we're going to head on over to Enoshima Island, a classic touristy sightseeing destination nearby Tokyo, and then we're going to head over to Odawara. I booked us a nice hotel.
It doesn't matter where you go. It just could never matter where you go.
We're going to go check out, and we'll talk about I don't know, self-help burnout productivity advice along the way. Gonna be a fun trip. Let's check it out. All right, welcome. Here
It's
we
like
are.
this whole video is him dying inside that he can't see his son. He subconsciously still goes to Japan. You could say on the surface it may appear like he's going there because he loves Japan and that it's beautiful. But really deep down you could see he's going there because there's a chance that when he goes there his wife will pick up the phone and let him see his son. That's the real reason he goes there, and he's dying inside to get that. And you can't even miss it. If you're anyone with even an ounce of judgment, you can see it in his facial mannerisms. You can see it in all of the ways in which he talks, and just the fact that this video exists at all. You know?
Enoshima Island, about an hour south of Yokohama by train or so. And by the way, you guys, I think I figured out the cure to burnout and depression. Yeah, I figured it out. You see, I was listening
depression.
to the podcast between Lex Friedman and John Carmack, and John Carmack drinks like 9 Diet Cokes a day. He never.
By the way, like, would anyone really ever look up to Lex Friedman as a role model? I like tech. I like programming. I like AI. I'm a huge fan. You know, his podcast used to be called the AI Podcast. That was the original name for his podcast, was the AI Podcast. But the guy is like totally sociopathic, or something's wrong with him. Like, why does he talk the way that he talks? Like love speech and all this crazy shit. Or like, you know, everything's about loving and bringing people together. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like super, super like, there's something emotionally wrong with him. Like, I don't know if he's never been hurt before, never been in a relationship, if he just hates himself. Like, there's something weird about the guy. Like, when you psychoanalyze Lex Friedman, you get a serious sense of disingenuousness from him. You could tell that there's something missing within his soul. Really, there's something missing within. Yeah, he's an incel. He has to be an incel. There's something wrong with him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like, there's no way he has ever been in a relationship and talks the way that he talks. It's just impossible. Or they were some kind of superficial relationship, or like he was never truly vulnerable to someone in a way in which they could hurt them. Or what? Because, you know, what it really means to be in love with someone is it means to be vulnerable. It means you've given yourself to them and they've given themselves to you in a way where they can hurt you. That's what it really means. If they can't hurt you, you're not in love. You guys don't have anything. That's really what it must have. It must be a position where you can be hurt, of course. And Lex Friedman talks like somebody who's never been emotionally hurt. So if you've never been emotionally hurt, that means your parents probably weren't very intimate with you, but also similarly, you probably weren't intimate with any other women either. There's something weird about him. Yeah, and he's hypersensitive. The weird thing about him is I feel like he's somebody who really could have potential if he had more experience, but yes, that sentence right there. He's either never been hurt or has been hurt very badly. I think it's the first one. Really. That's what I think. Because when somebody's been hurt really badly, there's somebody like Techlead. Techlead is somebody who you can see has been hurt really badly. You know what I mean? He has this extremely genuine personality. Whereas you don't get that same feeling from Lex Friedman. You get the complete hyper opposite. You know what I mean?
Burnout or depression. Now, similarly, I was also listening to Andrew Tate, who said that whenever he ate carbs, he would get burnout and fatigue. So it's really all about your diet. And my conclusion is build a routine around caffeine. And even for me, I
right, but caffeine's
like
toxic.
3 to 4
I mean,
coffees per
if you need caffeine to function, you're not getting proper sleep, and it's just a drug. I mean, it's bean soup. There's no nutrients in it. There's no vitamins in it. You're putting yourself into a stress state. It's just a drug like anything else, you know what I mean? And also, it's a real gut destroyer. Like, I mean, beyond anything else, I mean, I drink coffee all the time. But at the end of the day, every time that I drink coffee, I feel energized for like an hour, and then I just start to realize my gut is just destroyed for the next 2 hours, and then that makes me sleepy. So there's like this whole part to it where it's like, coffee is just it just destroys your gut, you know? It's really just not worth it. It's not good for you. And anyway, it's a drug, and it does kind of make your body a little bit alert, but beyond that, nah.
Per day, never skip my afternoon coffee breaks. I always
but don't get me wrong, I still drink it. I'm just making that
coffee
clear.
or tea before I begin a coding
See, that's
session.
the kind of person I am. I criticize things that I indulge in. You know what I mean? That's really just how open-minded I am.
And John Carmack did the same with his Diet Cokes. It's almost the same amount of caffeine as Carmac's 9 Diet Cokes per day. Because the fact is, maybe it's just difficult to get down when you're hyped up on caffeine all day. And here's the funny thing, the other day, I actually missed my coffee, and I was suffering from severe caffeine withdrawals.
Also, I don't think that these people realize, like, you are 2 decades post-puberty. Like, isn't this guy in, like, his middle 30s? You are 2 decades post-puberty. Like, the genes are already being, like your body's gonna be worn out. Your brain's gonna be worn out. You know what I'm saying? Like, people expect to have high energy levels in their 30s and 40s. It's like, dude, you're not really supposed to have high energy levels even in your 20s. You know what I'm saying? Like, all the people I know who can, like, stay up for 16 hours and play games are teenagers. Those are always teenagers. Your peak energy is when you're a teenager. And yeah, you still have some energy in your 20s. You might as well use what you have in your 20s. But it already has dropped quite a bit in my early 20s. And by the time you're this guy's age, it's like, no wonder you need caffeine to function. Because the system has you so enslaved. You know, it has you so thinking you need to be productive all the time. You need to be doing this. By the time you're his age, you should have an easygoing job. You should just be kind of striving to improve and be better in your field, you know, produce some research for your field, and be focusing on your family and taking it easy. You're not really supposed to be stressing all the time, going out to this, going out to that, needing caffeine. What the fuck do you really need caffeine for? You know? But, I mean, yeah, people are addicted. They need drugs. They need something, you know?
Fatigued all day, so I'm back on coffee again, and look, maybe reality just sucks quite a bit. And if you need a little bit of caffeine to just brighten up your mood and
it's like, you know, I love this clip. Let me pull this clip up. This is such a fitting analogy. I love this shit. I literally, no joke, seen this live, just coincidentally, because I used to Eldar on Twitch a lot. He fucking rages about Banner of Command, this item. He fucking, look at this shit. The minion wouldn't die, so he had a little fucking, he had a meltdown. And I love what he says in this. Mind you, this is a guy who takes stimulants pre-workout, works out every day, basically is absolutely fucking cracked out on Adderall every day, and plays 12 hours a league as his profession. And
bronchus with cancer, no homie, Butters, even after all this shit, but then also, did they actually buff Canada? Are they stupid? So instead of just being resistant to magic damage, they made it 70% both. They actually buffed Banner. Are they buff Banner, nerf 80k? Are you stupid? What are they doing? It's trash game.
I'm so sick of this fucking company. That's what he said.
How did it even make it in live? How? Sweet, guys. They're hot fixing it. Cool. That's awesome and all. How did it even make it to live servers? How? How did they think that was okay to even put it in the game? I'm so sick of this fucking company. They're trash! Fix the game! It sucks playing the shit! And I'm fucking addicted! So I can't quit!
Now look at that. He was in a very genuine state. What did he say? And I'm fucking addicted, so I can't quit. It's so real. It's so real and genuine. You cannot even make it up in words. You literally cannot. And I'm fucking addicted, so I can't quit. I absolutely love that.
Going day, so I'm back on coffee again, and look.
And it's really similar for
just sucks quite a bit. And if you need a little bit of caffeine to just brighten up your mood and keep you going, maybe it's not such a bad thing then.
It's really the same for all these other guys. They're addicted, and and they can't quit. You know what I mean? It's just that simple. I can't remember the grander point I was going to make with that, but I think it's a metaphor for so many things. I really think that Freudian slip, or whatever you would call that, where he slipped that out, it sounds silly. It's like, wait, if you're addicted, just quit. But it's like, no, you don't understand. I'm addicted and I can't quit. And that's really that's a metaphor for so many things.
And aside from that, stay off too many carbs. Alright, so here we are at Enoshima Shrine, one of 3 sister shrines said to protect the ocean. You know what else is like religion though? Money. You see, money only has power over you if you believe it to be real. Here's a tweet I put out recently.
Okay, he's based again.
Don't hold on to money too tightly. It'll only make you more stressed when you lose it, which you inevitably will. Rather, make enough such that it won't matter either way. You know, there's nothing wrong with worshipping money. It does have power. I just think it's pretty crass. You know, with all of these YouTubers talking about money all the time and our capitalistic society, I think it's just become normalized to over-obsess about money. Everything's about money. You go to other countries, though, and people aren't just blabbing about money all the time. There's not this insane focus on cryptos or stocks or how much money you're making, total comp.
That's totally an American culture thing.
Yes, money has power, but many things have power, maybe even more so over your life, such as experiences, family, relationships, hobbies, things you want to do, not just what you want to buy, because there's not that much to buy, actually. If anyone plays Elden Ring, there's normally like a boss fight right down here.
I really think people have lost the plot on money too. Like this idea that I go to work and I go make all this money and that's my money. And when she divorces me, that she took half of mine, and there's just this whole idea like I'm angry that she took half. It's like, it's totally stupid. Like if you are married with kids, what good is the money if not just giving it to them or using it for them or using it in some kind of way to get your son a better opportunity? Like, people think that the money's theirs. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it has no use for that. Like, it's not yours to spend. It's really, like, if you're childless, what do you need money for? If you're childless, what do you need money for? Really, what do you need money for?
Yeah, better get those summons ready.
So that's why he's bored of money, is because he has no use for it anymore.
Maybe like an invisible monster here. Came back out victorious. Now for lunch, it was this pretty fun snack, this octopus sundae cookie. They made it super flat, and yeah, I guess it was a pretty small lunch. Now here's something you can try if you want to lose weight, by the way, is pick one day to fast. So maybe like Thursday, just eat less that day. You don't have to eat nothing, but you know, just really maybe like a salad or something. And by doing that, you would automatically reduce your calorie intake by about 15%, which is pretty good, pretty easy. And then the next day you can just...
But Goatis says fasting lowers lifespan.
You'll be more excited to continue eating. Alright, cool, just went up this lighthouse known as the Enoshima Sea Candle, named after Samuel Cocking. He's some British merchant who happened to come into this area and own the garden around here for a while. Is that interesting? No? History, maybe just lies made by the victor? I want to tell you something about happiness I realized the other day. I figured out the key to happiness, actually. You see, I think it's very similar to the theory of relativity, which states that when you're in motion at the same speed of velocity, you don't feel movement. You can only feel it when you're accelerating. And so similarly with happiness, I think you need to have something to look forward to. Actually, they say, for example, that when you have a trip planned, the anticipation of the trip is sometimes as fun, if not more fun, than the actual trip. And on that note, Mark Zuckerberg also does something similar, where I think each night he asks his kids what's something that they look forward to.
Yeah, but Mark Zuckerberg has 3 fucking daughters. And let me explain something. If you don't have a son, you don't have a legacy. A son is who you pass your legacy down to. If you have 3 daughters, mind you, also he race mixed. So there's this whole like weird cultural like issue there. You know, between him and his wife and his kids, and they're like half Asian, half Jewish. It's just crazy. And he had all daughters. Like, compare that to someone like Musk. Musk is literally, he has like 10 sons. I don't think he has a single daughter. People actually speculate that Musk used genetic engineering or something to have all sons because, you know, the math or whatever. But yeah, I mean, dude, he's gonna have like lineages spread out. You know what I mean? Like, holy shit. And he's a colonizer. I mean, there's just no comparing someone like Musk to Zuck. Musk literally life mogs Zuck.
Because he also believes you've got to have something to look forward to, just to keep you going, to have a reason to wake up each day. And so I think that's actually one big source of happiness, that feeling of making progress towards something. Now, these caves were formed by natural sea erosion, but legend has it that there was this 5-headed dragon that lived in here. Now, this dragon wanted to marry a woman who refused to, unless it behaved well, and so it said, okay, fine. Now, if you ask me though, that's pretty beta move. Dragon couldn't maintain frame. Not gonna happen to me. Top G, right here. See, that's the problem, isn't it? Should have listened to Coach Greg Adams. Coach Greg Adams knows what to do.
He's being
There's this
sarcastic.
funny rock here. It's called Kameishi, or the Turtle Rock. Apparently a monk was looking for a paperweight, found that rock, and it became famous. So there you have it. We all choose our religions. Some people worship rocks, some money. So here's a question for y'all. You know what I don't understand? I must be worth more than like everybody on this island combined, okay? And yet people just walk by me, ignoring me, not even acknowledging the simple fact, as if, yeah, so what? Who cares? You know, we got our friends, we got our jobs, that's good enough for us. We got our good food, we're here just the same as you. But the money, doesn't that count for anything around here? Doesn't
No.
that buy me anything? Doesn't that change anything for me? Doesn't that make me special? Isn't this supposed to be life-changing? Maybe not. And traveling is, it's almost like playing this open world game where they forgot to put in the quests. And you're just wandering around trying to figure out what to do. And it's like just looking around here and there, looking at people living out their lives. It gets boring after a while. I mean, I've been here almost 2 months, wandering around each day aimlessly, and I'm just kind of looking forward to getting back home. Where's home? I don't really know. Like, there's nowhere to really go back to be productive again. And even that, what is productivity? What does that mean? Is it just sitting at the desk trying to turn away my time for cash?
I feel like productivity must innately be linked to making money. I mean, if you're being productive on like a game, for example, you're just a slave. Like, you're enslaved by a corporation. Like productivity, I mean, it has to in some way involve making money. So, you know, when people say I had a productive day, usually it means in some way that they increased their income or they worked on making money or something, you know.
I'll actually fill you in on a little secret. The people who have these life existential crises are usually those who dig themselves too much into work, and that's all they focus on. And I think maybe it's the people who don't have family, who don't have children, and therefore they lose purpose in life.
Yep. I mean, it's his words, not mine.
Getting burned out. I had to hit coffee time a little early today. Just fatigued. All right, next up, we're gonna check out this hotel on Cindy Hilton Odawara. And you guys, vlogging in public feels so stupid. Is the name of this restaurant Diarrhea? All right, made it to the hotel. Shall we do a room tour? Let's take a look at what we have here. I love the double twin beds here. Just a backup bed for myself, just in case I need it. Out here in the view, you can see there's a wedding chapel. Ocean view in the back where I can just ponder upon nature like the great Ralph Waldo Emerson, Thoreau, and the great poets of history. That's my class. You know, one of the hardest decisions I have to make when I travel alone is, which of these beds am I going to use? Probably the one closer to the window, got a little bit of a nicer view. And look, if you were here, you would probably be sleepy on this patch of floor right here, the area without the view. This part with the view, that's my backup floor.
See, he's funny with it. Like, he knows how silly it is what he's doing. He knows. I mean, he's being basically overtly honest about how stupid it is to travel alone.
Wow, look how successful I am.
But here's the thing. You can't really hate on him too much, and here's why. At the end of the day, you kind of have to play the hand that you're dealt, and you know, like I'm an extremist in the sense that, you know, I would prefer to go down one extreme or another extreme than like be in the middle. And if you're gonna be in the situation he's in, you might as well do what he's doing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, good productivity means good for the system. Exactly. Because you know, what the fuck would what would be productive for a person? It'd be taking it as easy as possible, because that's how you literally live the longest. Is you just never stress, right? So, you know what I mean? It's like, but if you just do nothing all day, then well, I think part of it's a demoralization thing. Why he doesn't date. Another part of it's probably that I don't know. Maybe he just hasn't. I don't know why. I don't know. I mean, that's really a good question. Why he doesn't. I think a lot of people. Man, like remarrying is just ass. It really is just ass, you know? You know? It really is. I don't know, though, why he doesn't remarry, but...
I'm drowning. You guys...
Especially him, because, like, if you have some attachment to your older kids, and, like, you try to remarry, and the kids are coming over and seeing the other kids, it's like... It's problematic, because those two lives are really getting intertwined with one another. But in his case, the kid's abducted. Like, he's not going to see this other kid again. He basically has a fresh slate to, like, go around to and do it right this time. You know what I mean? Because the first one was, like, a failed experiment. So, you know what I mean? It's like, he would have a much better reason to, because his child got abducted. But in many instances, I would say it's probably not the best idea, you know?
This is success. What is...
It's just right there. I mean, look at this. Just watch this clip over again and tell me he's not dying inside.
You guys, if this isn't success, what is...
He's being ironic about it. He's not even trying to make it look like he's happy when he's doing these things. He's making it abundantly clear that he doesn't enjoy this stuff. Okay, now, what are some of the other things he could possibly be doing to enjoy life? I mean, he's made his own apps. He's made his own websites. I mean, the guy has done everything there is to do. Yeah. It's just not, it's just not a fulfilling life. And like he said, people feel better being on the road to places than actually being at a place. And making a family is like this really long, lifelong journey. You know what I mean? But, I mean, a trip is just a weekend, you know?
Oh, so successful. Money. I need more money. You know how Andrew Tate was banned on YouTube and Facebook? Now I'm the top G. Top G lifestyle right here. I'm the top G. They had the pool over there, loads of fun, so successful. After that, went over to a dinner buffet. As far as buffet goes, not bad, pretty good. They've got sashimi, kind of a Japanese...
I don't necessarily know if I buy this idea that you can be too traumatized to try again. I think largely there is this... It is possible to be scared of being hurt because you've been hurt before, but... I won't say, like, it's impossible to be too traumatized to want to start a new one, but what I will say is, like, realistically, most people should get over it eventually. You know what I mean? Like, that's the natural, normal course. If you're not coping, at least. I don't really think that there's anything that can happen to you, any amount of trauma that can happen to you that you eventually can't get over if you get enough sleep, you think on it for a couple years. You know, like breakups really suck the first 6 months, okay? Let's magnify it. Let's say a divorce. Maybe a divorce would take a couple years, but realistically, eventually you're in one of two spots. Either you don't want to live, and when people say they don't want to live, it means they don't want to build anything anymore. That's usually what it really means, because life is full of constructing things. I don't like the word grow, because I think growing is a little bit not, it doesn't really reflect what's really happening. What's really happening is a bunch of people are here and they're building things, they're constructing things, and that comes from the will. That comes from the will. And I'm not saying it's not impossible that you could be too traumatized that your will is just destroyed, like you just don't have the will anymore. But you know, that is possible, but generally speaking, how could you really live with no will? You're just living death. You know, there's like a category of people who are like living dead. It's like where you're alive biologically, but you have no will to really build anything. And that's like the mix between life and death. It's like the merger between life and death. And that's really what it means to be living dead. It's dying before you're dead. Because really to live, you need to have the will to construct. It's not really about the will to experience or the will to grow. It's about the will to build. And, you know, you can't use like, oh, I'm going to lose, everything goes to zero eventually as an excuse to not construct things. If you don't want to, if you don't want to build things, I don't really buy the reason why somebody wouldn't want to build something, because it doesn't mean anything in the end anyway. I don't really think that's a thing. You know, I could see like because it's boring. If someone said, I don't want to do something because it's boring, I would totally get that. You know what I'm saying? But I would not really think that it's possible to not have the will to want to build things because, you know what I'm saying? Like, because, well, fuck, I already forgot. And I have to piss really bad. I haven't pissed in 3 hours. So I'm going to play this while I'm gone. And I'll be back in like a few minutes.
Actually have trees, but I'm here anyways. And this time around, I'm just in Japan for myself to do some sightseeing, to eat some good food. There's this prayer I saw, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. A quick pause, this video is brought to you by Pionex, one of the best crypto bot trading platforms. Now I've been using Pionex to generate passive income and they even have ChatGPT support. But Pionex is essentially like a normal crypto exchange you can buy or sell and you can do the manual orders there like normal. But in addition to that, they also give you additional tools like crypto trading bots and futures trading as well. Now for a limited time, if you sign up, they have over $1,000 worth of bonuses for new users using their futures accounts. So trade some futures on there and you'll get the bonuses. Now with Pionex futures, they allow you to take your money even further, where you can leverage it 5x, 10x, 50x if you like, especially when you have strong conviction and market direction. And they've got all your favorite cryptos like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, Arbitrum, Matic, Dogecoin even. You know, the next time Elon Musk tweets something about those, do your own research of course, but by having the bots do all of the hard work of trading for me 24/7, I freed up my own time such that I can do trips like this. So check them out if you like. There's a link in the description below where you can get in on those sign up bonuses. Alright, so my stomping grounds in Tokyo is typically Akasaka, which is kind of this area known for government officials. A little bit more residential, less hustling and bustling. They've got some nice parks, some decent foods, and it's more peaceful in general. The other area I typically like is Shinjuku, which is a little bit more cyberpunk in style, more of a tourist vibe. Now, the first thing I like to do typically when I get into Japan is I like to go to Meiji Shrine, which is kind of this nice little temple area. You go through a nice, beautiful forest walk. Now to get to this area, I usually go to Omotesando first, which is this luxurious shopping street, quite suitable for millionaires in fact. Now if you don't happen to be a millionaire, you'll be glad to know that this area does in fact connect also to poorer areas of Tokyo such as Shibuya, Shinjuku that you can walk to, which is really more for the mass market typical consumers such as you. I personally love Shinjuku. It's this area that I've also spent a number of months in, and I have all these blurred memories about it. Like I can't even remember the times I've been there. I just have fragments of
I like what
memories
you
of
said,
things I've
JV,
been doing there,
about
like taking jobs
preferences.
through the city, but I don't even know when I was there. It's futuristic and yet ghetto and dirty at the same time, and I love that dynamic contrast. You know, I've never seen the wisteria in Japan, but it is spectacular. If you happen to come and you missed the sakura season, which everybody talks about, sakura season's early April typically. Well, it turns out you can still make it for the wisteria, which are arguably just as beautiful, if not even more so. So, I mean, I had seen posters of this thing before. It's called Ashikaga Flower Garden before, but I thought it was just like Photoshop. It turns out it's actually real, you guys. So check it out if you're ever in the area. It's a bit of a trip, maybe 2 hours away. Highly recommend it.
Thing is, Japan's a dying nation. Like, literally, it's a dying nation. Like, they have the lowest birth rate, I think. One of the worst birth rates. I think they're paying... What is it they're paying people to have kids? I think it's some crazy amount. I think you get like 50K if you have a kid there. If you have a all Japanese kid, a native Japanese kid, I think the government just straight up gives you 50K or something. It's really crazy, and people still aren't having them because it's literally a feminazi shithole. Like, they are rabid feminists there. The women there are unbelievably feminist. Like, obviously it's a NATO attack, you know. They're under attack by the West, and their culture was normally not like that. You know, their women traditionally used to be housewives, and that's just how it was. But yeah, like, no joke, no exaggeration. Women almost always wait till 30 to have kids. They're walking around, traveling, streaming, living it up. And what is it? Like, the top 50% of women fuck the top 3% of men there? It's some absurd statistic. Like, you have to be... And mind you, they have a worka culture. Like, you know, they work really hard there. Everyone's employed. Like, it's really, really crazy. There are no positives to feminists. All women are housewives, period. Genetically, all women are housewives. They're not designed to be anything but that. And I don't believe in exceptions. Ayn Rand, I mean, 1 in fucking a billion, literally. You know, feminism is literally just an attack on a nation put there by invaders to convince their women of ridiculous beliefs. And basically, it's to displace the family dynamic so it makes it harder for people to have families. That's literally what feminism is all about. It's just there as an attack ideology to make it harder for people to have families. And it does nothing beneficial for society at all. Literally zero. As far as women saying, I want rights, I want to be able to vote, what do you really get out of that? Honestly. Truly. I mean, seriously. You can't really provide me a case for why you would rather have the vote than you would, you know, having 5 kids who love you and care for you. There's just no way. And you have to be severely mentally ill to think otherwise, that you'd rather have the ability to vote. I don't think you get any benefits from that. So, and no, I'm not going to say ice cream, maybe later, I don't know, maybe you'll get me to say that later, but for now, no.
Now, today I've been debating to myself whether to go to Mount Fuji or not. It's kind of far, a little bit expensive, maybe 20-30 bucks to do this thing 2 hours away. But you know, you guys are lucky I've got nothing better to do with my time. Now, I do have to say, you guys, when I was on the train to Mount Fuji, some random subscriber tweeted that Techlead just got onto the train with him. And apparently this guy was part of the crypto Twitter community where people don't dox themselves, they use profile photos of NFT characters, and he just kept messaging me on Twitter whether I wanted a selfie of myself. Yes, I want a selfie, just give me the selfie. But otherwise, good move if you ever see me in public. Pretend you don't know me. I just get a little selfie of myself because I need more selfies and then send that over later on. You know, society is changing. With the rise of influencers and social media, nerds may not be cool anymore. You see, we got some serious competition now from the cool kids, and intelligence alone just may not cut it anymore. In fact, it may not even be respected as much as it used to. And so this is why I'm trying to get out more, to travel a little bit more this year, to let my camera take me places, to make me a more interesting person, to become a cultured person. Not that I'm not cultured already. Now I know what you're thinking. Before you comment, why is Techlead just traveling around by himself? Isn't that lonely? Yes, it is lonely. But at the same time, solo travel may just be about as good as it gets. I can go around and have absolute total freedom. I can do whatever I want, eat the foods I want. I don't have to wait for anybody. And so while, yes, I can wait around for weeks or months to find the right person with the right itinerary and the right scheduling concerns, and just everything needs to match up for everybody to go together. And you know me, I'm going to want to stay at the fancy, luxurious hotels. This view I paid for. That's right, I paid for this view. And
it's like he's both trying to enjoy it as much as he can, while also show just how ass it is. You know what I mean?
And you just may not be able to afford this view. It was like $10 extra. And so the fact is, it's either here or Las Vegas. Now, if you want to go back to Las Vegas, I'm going to turn this car right around and just drive all the way back home. That's what you want to do. But seriously, I'm out of here. Today is my last day in Tokyo. And this isn't even Tokyo, we're in Yokohama now. But quite frankly, Tokyo bores me even a little bit because I'm so familiar with the city. You see, that's how far ahead
You guys want to know who one of my idols is? This motherfucker, John McAfee. We call him the last free man. Why do they call him the last free man? Well, you're about to find out. By the way, the US government killed him. Absolutely 100% chance. There is zero doubts on this. Absolutely nobody with any brain cells thinks that he wasn't suicided. He was killed because he was way too good of a hacker, and he was way too big of a threat to the intelligence agencies. He was way too good at evading taxes, and that's just what it is. They couldn't handle him anymore.
It's clear from the start.
What are you going for? One of everything.
Charismatic.
Sorry, so this is Scott.
And outrageous.
I am the tequila master of this planet.
John McAfee.
Are you sure you've got enough, John?
Has a very well-stocked bar.
We've moved on to gin.
I'll take it. Thank you.
And an unquenchable thirst for life.
And yay. Champagne.
So now we've moved seamlessly on to vodka. Now, is that it?
I think we're done.
What's it like being John McAfee?
Well, I doubt that you would want to walk in my shoes for more than 24 hours.
Walking in the shoes of hard-drinking, pistol-packing renegade John McAfee is exactly what I'm about to do.
I sleep with a pistol in my hand.
I'm dead. He says, I sleep with a pistol in my hand. Could you guys imagine that? Okay, now, let me ask you guys something. Do you guys really think that someone who sleeps with a pistol in his hand killed himself? Really, really think about that. What does it mean to sleep with a pistol in your hand? It means you are a survivalist. That's literally what it means. It means you are a survivalist. You have mastered the art of survival. And the US government wants us to believe that this guy killed himself? Are you kidding me? Oh, it just so happened the guy who tax evaded for an absurd amount and also exposed you guys relentlessly on the spying you guys do, and basically fucked you guys over a ton of times, who's also a survivalist, kills himself shortly after being in your custody? Yeah, sure.
In the space of a day, the eccentric computer genius and accused killer covers a lot of ground.
Gee, you've had a fascinating life, haven't you?
I don't know, it seems normal to me.
International fugitive, you've run for president, you're a king of cybersecurity. This is not a normal life.
The normal life should be doing what you damn well please, and I do what I damn well please.
And doing what McAfee damn well pleases begins the moment he sits down.
You're going to be smoking during this interview?
I don't know what the Australian attitude towards smoking is, and quite frankly, I don't care, because I am going to smoke. All right?
I get the sense that you sort of make your own rules, and that's how it is. We're in
You asked me for the interview. I didn't ask you.
These days, McAfee lives in a fortified mansion at a location he insists we keep secret.
Look at this shit.
He's building his second fortune, this time as the king of cryptocurrency.
The Pandora's box has been opened. Everybody's going, oh, I wish I'd gotten in on Bitcoin at the beginning. This is the beginning.
McAfee made his first fortune in the 80s. He was a young and talented computer programmer who worked out a way to tackle the world's first computer virus.
So I read this and I go, oh, how is this possible?
A computer virus is a program written by a hacker.
And then it dawned on me how they did it. I go, wow, that's brilliant. And then instantly it dawned on me, well, you could do this to stop it. So I wrote a little program.
How long did it take you to write?
2 days.
2 days?
Yeah, 6 months later, I had $30 million.
McAfee software became the global standard for antivirus security.
McAfee may help you.
And a gold mine for him.
How did that change your life?
And my wife bought bigger houses and Mercedes, and the garages kept getting bigger, and we had more staff. But other than that, I was doing what I loved, like I always have. The joy doesn't come from the money or the stuff; it comes from what you do.
McAfee embarked on a life of luxury and extremes, which eventually took him to the Central American nation of Belize.
I was going to just fish, get a boat.
He does seem like an ENTP.
Lay in the sun on the beach.
But I don't know for sure.
He surrounded himself with the things he likes best: drugs, guns, and girls. Lots of girls.
You had 7 women on the go at one time.
I would go over to the mainland to visit my jungle property, and I'd come back in the evening, and all 7 would have cooked dinner for me. Right? Now, come on. So what do you do?
Did you have 7 dinners?
Yeah, I'd have 7 dinners. All right. So
how much weight did you put on having to eat 7 dinners every night?
Well, I lost it trying to service them all. So it was, it's not the heaven that people think. It's seriously a nightmare.
In Belize, McAfee won favour with locals by donating weapons to the police and computers to the government. But his idyllic life in the tropics came to a crashing halt when his neighbour, Gregory Fall, was murdered, shot dead the day after a bitter dispute with McAfee over his incessantly barking dog.
Bro, he killed the neighbor, bro. Because the fucking neighbor...
That was good. The dogs didn't like him.
That night, you're 9.
His dog, he woke up to his dogs poisoned. So he killed the neighbor and left.
Poisoned.
And that night, Gregory Fall.
And he never got charged for this shit.
That very next night. It's the timing people can't get their head around, isn't it?
Well, please God, what maniac. After someone had murdered your dogs, you suddenly, the very next day, murder them? Please God. Anybody would be smarter than that.
Did you get away with murder?
No, I did not do murder. This is
he lied like a bitch.
Clear. I had nothing whatsoever to do with the murder of Gregory Paul.
But McAfee didn't hang
Anyway,
around.
look, this is a thing that some white guys have done this actually for longer than McAfee's been around. They get a bunch of money. They're super sophisticated in a certain industry, and they move to some third world shithole like Belize or whatever, and they just live like a king. You know, they're so rich, and they live like a king. And I mean, yeah, I mean, it's not surprising to think that a white guy like him could get away with murder in Belize. Like, yeah, I mean, he probably ran the whole city.
To answer any questions.
Do you know who this is?
He fled, claiming he'd been framed because he'd put spy software in those computers he donated to the government.
Okay, listen, this is what he did. The Belize government didn't have computers. He donated $5 million or some shit worth of technology to them or something. I don't know how much it was. Like I said, I mean, he literally lived like a king there. And he had back doors. Like, he had backdoor malware in all these computers. So he literally could spy on everything. All their emails, everything, audio recordings, and all this. And he claims he was framed for this. See, he's really good at what he did because, you know, he didn't even he basically denies the allegations. You know, I was framed, but like, let's be honest, like, we know he had backdoors in those computers, and he was spying. He was literally above the government there. I mean, he was literally king. Like, you know, and he got away with murder. He fucked any chicks he wanted. I mean,
because he put spy software in those computers he donated to the government.
My name is John McAfee.
Which revealed ties with the ruthless Sinaloa drug cartel.
I have absolute proof.
McAfee encouraged the media to cover his crazed life as a fugitive.
John McAfee is joining us now by telephone.
My life has become a little more intense.
How frightening for you was it that period on the run?
Well, it was tense, that's for sure.
Yeah.
It was touch and go. The evidence surfaced afterwards that the Prime Minister had ordered that I was to be brought back in a not living condition.
McAfee finally surfaced in Guatemala.
How many people at the checkpoint?
Where he was arrested.
John, where are you going?
To jail.
And then faked a heart attack to avoid extradition back to Belize. Worked.
John McAfee has been granted a stay of deportation to Belize.
McAfee was sent home to the US instead.
I mean, he's a true libertarian. Listen, if you're not tax evading, going over borders illegally, getting away with killing, gun-toting, sleeping with a pistol in your hand, you're not a real libertarian. Also doing endless drugs that make you have sex for 24 hours straight. And, yeah, I mean, he's a real libertarian through and through.
Where his life remains, well, complicated. Take his second wife, Janice, who he met under unusual
This has to be a meme, too. Like, the fact that this is his wife, like, you know he was fucking other chicks. Like, this is just some, like, libertarian, like, it's just too fitting that he has a black wife.
She was a prostitute, a working girl. The smartest woman I've ever met, undoubtedly. The most devious woman I've ever met as well.
So devious, he reckons, that she secretly agreed to help the Sinaloa drug cartel silence him.
Janice tried to kill you?
Yes, she tried to kill me for 3 years. I mean, she got paid a lot of money by these people.
Yeah.
She would do things like leave the bedroom door unlocked, put things in my food.
Just see, okay, this is another thing, too. Anyone who's really successful is really paranoid. They're really schizo and they're really paranoid. And the line between schizo and paranoid is very thin. The fact that he says, yeah, my wife, she tried to kill me. She would leave the bedroom door unlocked when we went to sleep. How many of you guys would say your wife was trying to kill you because she left the bedroom door unlocked while we were asleep? Very few of you. But this is a very common thing with people who work at intelligence agencies, they work within the government, they work in any real field, they've seen real shit. Look at that face. I mean, that looks like somebody who's really seen some shit. When you've really seen some shit, you get very paranoid. And you do things like this. You sleep with pistols in your hand. You lock your shit. You lock shit 3 times. You know, you put cameras in weird places. You know, you're paranoid. That's really what it is. If you're not paranoid like this, you're not taking life seriously. There's something missing in your life, and you're not taking it seriously. So there's something to it. Like, I actually promote this level of paranoia. But generally, most people have no use for this level of paranoia just because they don't take life serious. They're never going to be successful at anything. But I don't think it's a coincidence that this guy says this kind of shit. Like, she tried to kill me, you know. She left the door unlocked.
She tried to kill.
But I mean, he means it literally too. Like, she was getting paid by the Sinaloa cartel to kill him, and that's probably why he married her. He loves the dark triad traits. He loves just the psychopathy. He loves the craziness.
For 3 years. I mean, she got paid a lot of money by these people.
Yeah.
She would do things like leave the bedroom door unlocked, put things in my food, things like that.
Remarkably, Janice, the would-be assassin, is still his wife.
By the way, she publicly says he was killed too. So I mean, if you don't need any more proof than that, I mean, she's literally relentlessly saying that they murdered him.
She confessed everything. But that's a small thing. A wife trying to kill you is not so bad. I mean, there are worse things a wife can do, trust me.
He's actually right. He's actually right about that.
Even here at his mansion, McAfee is on edge, perhaps unhinged.
Let's run back inside.
Yeah, sure.
I'm allergic to this.
He's worried the
I mean, would you really want to date someone who hasn't tried to kill you? I mean, if they haven't strangled you or beat you once or done something, like, who the fuck wants to date someone like that? I really get it.
drug cartel and the Belize government are still after him.
I hacked the Belizean government for 5 months. And I have all of that data.
To me, that's how I know you care.
Tens of thousands of hours of
Really?
recordings and videos of the Prime Minister ordering the murder of his competitors, of gang members he didn't like.
You gotta think.
So, to protect himself, McAfee has an armed bodyguard,
This is my good friend Jimmy.
ex-Navy SEAL Jimmy.
You know, my only job in the world is to save his life, to protect him at all costs.
Talk me through this, John. What's going on here?
Okay. It's loaded, so be careful.
It's loaded, so be careful.
It's got just a laser. If you can see the laser on the wall.
Right, okay.
Light plus laser. Light without laser. Then you've got the retractable stock. I can go through a door sideways with this thing. Right? Try that.
He literally doesn't even think, like, 2 seconds, like, is this legal or not? He doesn't even give a fuck. That stock probably is illegal, but he doesn't care. He doesn't even question that. Like, never when he makes a choice does he think about the law. And that's what really being a libertarian is all about.
That with an AR-15 or an AK-47. You can't do that. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't be rushing into the McAfee kitchen anytime soon.
It's not me. It's these guys you need to worry about.
McAfee trusts no one. His paranoia even extends to food and drink.
If you offered me anything, a drink, a French fry, I would refuse it. I don't take any food from anybody.
So
Really?
fucking
Cook my
based.
own,
Well, you're not going to like my gift. I bought you an Australian bottle of wine and some Australian Tim Tams.
I'll have my security team examine it to see. No, really.
So we'll have to get the Tim Tams and the Barossa Valley wine examined by your security
You bet.
detail?
Everything that I put in my mouth.
You don't think he's not scared of going to jail? He faked a heart attack to go to jail. Or to avoid jail. He went to jail like 13 times. I think he went to jail like an obscene amount of times. Like, the amount of times he's been arrested. He's also, like I said, he's illegally crossed borders. Like,
You can't help thinking John McAfee enjoys the drama. This is a man who's always lived life on the edge. The reckless world he inhabits suits him down to the ground.
yeah, he's something else, man. He really is something else. They call him the last free man. Because really, to be truly free today, you need to have you need to fundamentally understand cybersecurity. I think he had that component that a lot of people don't have today. They don't really understand digital security at all. And I think the more down the rabbit hole of digital security you go, the more paranoid you get. I don't think it's possible to know the kinds of things he knows about computers and not be paranoid. You got to think he's like an original hacker. You know, he knew the kind of ways people could take over your PC. He knew the kind of things that people could be doing on your devices, and you know what I'm saying? That's really how it is. So, but yeah. On the.
I mean, I've had people.
Let me see this. On the stocks go up in the long run lie. This is a base take from Shkreli.
People tell me since birth, if I work hard and put in the time, I'll be successful. I'm like, yeah, I know that part. And I need like some guidance on how to do this
Also, I fuck with Shkreli. He did a 4-year sentence in the feds.
stuff.
Key piece of advice: challenge everything. Never assume anything is true that you're being told. Prove it for yourself. That's my number one piece of advice.
Wow.
He's a true. He's also a lot like me in the sense that he self-teaches himself everything. Like literally, he doesn't believe in education at all. He's full-blown self-taught in everything, and I just have so much respect for that.
Everything every senior NCO has told me.
Well.
What are you doing for your birthday?
Also, he's 40. Look how good he looks. Fucker never lifted or took any drugs or nothing. He just looks so good.
Yeah, like my favorite is people think
He looks really young, honestly. I don't know if it's just genetic or what.
like stocks go up.
I could, if I would have guessed, I would have said he's like 32. When I seen he was 40, I was baffled.
It's such a convenient thing to.
Then
be
again,
told.
this was 2017, so he was 34 in this.
Well, it's not true.
But shit, I mean, I see fucking people 26 that look more decrepit than this.
It's just funny. It's the most shocking thing when I say it, because it's so not conventional wisdom, but it is like the most demonstrably false concept that people place. Our whole like global economy places its faith into this concept, and it makes no sense.
So I shouldn't be guarding my Vans, is what you're saying.
I mean,
I need that shit.
I don't have a better solution for what we should all do with our money, but I think the idea that stocks are like this immutably positive investment is.
This was before he did his time.
Counter to the very idea of what an investment is. It, by definition, cannot be true. Any way to make excess money is by definition impossible. Like, because people will already have made it.
He always talks about this concept that's so smart. He says, if you really see some kind of edge, some kind of way that you can make money, you have to ask yourself, how come you see this edge and other people don't see it? You have to assume that every edge has already been scavenged and destroyed and gobbled up. So the idea that you see a stock and you think, oh, it's undervalued or it's overvalued, what the fuck do you know that makes you believe that? Because there are thousands and thousands of people like Shkreli who refuse to even buy a stock or short a stock unless they do at least 40 hours of reading on that stock. 40 hours. Think about that. Now, in many cases, he does 100. So, I love that he says that. It's like, you know what I mean? You have to consider that.
It's a paradox, but like we all will.
Yeah, well, Vice can make anyone look bad, you know. Also, he's an ENTP. All ENTPs get pussy. It's literally 0% that don't get
It's
pussy.
like sort of like religion, right? We'll willfully suspend our belief in reason and have faith instead. And if for money, we have no choice. If we don't have faith that stocks go up over long periods of time, then we might as well half of the economic activity that we engage in, which is pretty depressing.
I'm a huge Shkreli
It's
fan.
like religion. Like if we don't believe in something, we're basically resigning to the fact that life is meaningless and purpose.
He actually he taught me a lot about like shorting markets and explained why like you know he said when he first got into markets it was in the 2000s and the only way to make money in those markets was to short. And he's been trying to tell people like, look, like you can't be scared of shorting, you know what I mean? Like this idea that things just go up forever is really silly, and it's a concept that people really got addicted to during the 2010s. And you know, like when he was in his 20s, he shorted and made a ton of money, and that's just really what it is. He's lying about that. You're not 6'2", bro. You got to stop lying about your height. You're 5'9", and I know it. He's cucked now. Okay, let me criticize him a bit because I could tell you don't like him. What I don't like now is he's like basically because he got locked up. Bro, he's not an incel. Like, unless you guys are like using the word, he gets bitches, bro. Like that's not it. I mean, he's skinny and nerdy, but he's not like he's not like somebody who hasn't got laid before, you know what I'm saying, or doesn't know shit about bitches. Like you could talk shit, you could talk about bitches to him, and he's dead ass normal about it. You know what I mean? He's a normal guy. The thing about him is though, the thing I will say is I don't like that he's super cucked now after prison, basically because he's so scared of getting more time. He like won't say based shit anymore. Like he used to be super based in 2016, 2017, and now it's like he won't. He's like, you know, he just he's saying like ESG score is okay and just like cucked shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I don't know. He just basically he's just saying bullshit like that, like Latinx or whatever, just because he doesn't want to get locked up again. So I don't really like that. You know, he's I wish he was as based as he was before, but I still like him a lot.
Short and frustrating and sad, and that's a lot easier. It's a lot easier to believe a lie than to, you know, kind of believe in that.
Is that the truth? Bringing nihilism to economics.
Yeah, you can get more. That was the whole point of existentialism, is that you can get more out of life, not lying.
I mean, he's autistic, 130 IQ, but I'm fairly certain he's got
It's actually a liberation, right? And
I mean, there are all kinds of bitches that fuck with him. You know what I'm saying?
Stocks don't go up over the long run, but you can create excess return by doing things that other people are unwilling to do. You know, whether that be active investing or entrepreneurship.
Also, he wasn't always rich. Everything he has, he built himself.
Just generally, people are very afraid to be entrepreneurs.
Well, I had a few things that I wanted to focus on, so I kind of rounded it out. And you know, when there were opportunities to network and advance in investing in pharmaceuticals, then I took that opportunity. So I think you have to. A lot of people in life, I like to say that they push on a closed door, and if you don't have the connections and resources in an industry, even though you love it, you should probably find something that's a little more practical that you could actually get a break in, you know? Because if you're not going to get a break in, if you really love, you know, technology and you have this great opportunity to join a software company, but you say, I really like hardware, you're not being very practical with your life choice.
He's so right about this shit, bro.
I'm going to fixate on
He really understands finance, economics, life.
It's really kind of stubborn.
He's so smart, I
go into
feel.
software, if you have a bunch of friends in the software industry, do that for a few years and maybe move over to hardware if you really love it. But I chose a practical route. I love medicine. I'm glad I picked medicine. But, you know, for a while I was kind of not sure if I wanted to be a professional investor or a pharmaceutical entrepreneur, and I've sort of picked pharmaceutical entrepreneur. But, you know, you want to pick... I definitely always felt that I was going to do something in this type of field. But certainly if I started my life over again, it could just have easily been a .com type guy. So
You're talking about, you know, what you decided to do as a career choice, and I wanted to know, how did you find your passion? How did you know that that was what you wanted to do?
Well, I mean, there's some things in life that they just speak to you, you know. For me, medicine is one of those things. I mean, it's so complicated and cool and technical and detailed, but at the same time, it's so practical. You take an antibiotic, it saves your life from an infection. It's cool. So, you know, it always just, ever since I was a little kid, it was just...
I feel like he's LARPing with that, bro.
It amazed.
I feel like he's LARPing with that. You can't really the thing about it is you can't really tell people how to find a passion. It's such a stupid question. He has many takes I don't agree with, but overall I'm a huge fan. I like him a lot because he has a lot of things that I relate to. Let's see what he says
Do you
here.
think the reason that everyone else is not as rich as New Martin is because they choose to be poor?
I think that very few people have the work ethic and the guts that I have.
Also, there's a little bit of knowledge. Like, you have to learn the system and learn the game. You can't just be like, a lot of people think if they work enough, they'll make tons of money.
It's a psychological makeup, pretty much. It has nothing to do with it has something to do with working hard, but
Okay, yeah. Like, we're already getting away from working hard. Like,
Yeah.
working hard is obviously not
it's
part of it.
more success is more about a complex set of personality traits that you're endowed with, just born with, really. The ability to, for instance, like
Damn, he starts talking genetic shit. Instant respect.
up.
You're basically saying it's a genetic lottery then.
It sort of
People who
is.
are more
It sort of
creative
is.
Into,
It sort
you
of
know,
is.
run medical companies or whatever.
Yeah.
Those people are going to get rich, and people who don't have those talents
Yep.
are going to see their wages stay stagnant. If things go the way they have been going, they're going to see their wages stay
Decline.
the same.
Yeah, even decline.
You know, the idea that I think we were getting at is that a lot of people are born into money, and that's one thing. Some people make their way in, and that comes through a combination of winning the genetic lottery, like I alluded to, being born with the valuable traits, and being in the right place at the right time, knowing the right people, that kind of thing. But most people don't have these opportunities.
Yep.
So when you say like anyone can climb into the top 1% or the top, tenth of 1%, I think that's just fundamentally not true, and that's why
Yeah.
we have to be concerned with
That's true.
median income. That's
It's
why
genetic.
we have to be concerned with the middle and the lower class.
Why should everybody just make tons of money?
Because it's not a choice. It's not an option.
Based answer. Whoever that is so right. He's so right. It's not an option. It's not an option. Your alternative is homelessness and enslavement. It's such a good answer.
Because it's not a choice. It's not an option.
You know, it's funny. The 1% wouldn't exist if everyone.
No, but why should everybody be rich? Is what I'm asking. Why should
sound like
everybody
a
be rich?
rational argument when you make it like that, but it breaks down when you realize that the progress being made by the 1% that you're degrading so harshly, it wouldn't exist without the system that you're attacking. So
At all. I think it's fine for people to be rich and to realize not everyone can be in the top 1%.
your thinking is well-meaning, but it's paradoxical, and that's why it's dangerous to continue thinking that way, in my opinion.
It is extremely paradoxical.
Most of American history, household income has increased for the median household. People have gotten more money.
It's really not an easy, that's not a great statistic to look at. I mean, it's flawed for many reasons, as you can imagine. The first is immigration. And if you guys don't mind, let me just talk to him, just so you guys can hear my side of this. The makeup of our country is constantly changing, as you may know. It's the sort of beacon of light for the globe. My parents came to America and not any other place in the world because of its favorable characteristics, including the rapid social ascension that's possible. And, it worked. It worked really well for our family. Now we're one of the richest families in the country. And, it's a big family. And one of us made it, and I think that was the collective sacrifice. Was the concept that my parents had 4 kids. They knew that not every one of those kids was going to be a CEO or a great innovator or inventor. But one was, and that's that's sort of the American dream. And a big part of America is that you're not just dreaming for yourself, you're also dreaming for your friends. A lot of people who look up to me and know that for whatever reason, maybe genetically, maybe not, that they can't or won't focus on becoming financially successful. They're still rooting for me. And I think that that's something that's kind of neat about America, is that we feel, or at least we used to feel, and I think it's not a good thing that we're starting to get away from this. We used to feel great pride when someone made $1 billion. We used to feel great joy for them and admiration, really, for their accomplishments. Now it's almost like a dirty word, and I don't know where that's coming from.
I'm not opposed to people making money or to people being rich, and I think your story is inspiring. But I'd like you to think about, a family like yours, except for the fact that it didn't have a child who became a CEO, and that family is going to be consigned to stagnant income.
There's other countries to live in. I mean, America. Let me just get out this point. So, you did come here, so I'm just going to be the host of this thing. When you come to America, you sort of sign up. It's sort of like the personality trait you sign up for. Like in New York City, there's a lot of different neighborhoods, and they each have their kind of characteristics. Like you wouldn't, if you're a party animal, you may not want to move to the Upper East Side. Likewise, if you like a staid, quiet neighborhood, you probably don't want to live in the meatpacking district. Well, America's a country for people who want to sign up for that kind of unequal wealth distribution. It's a country for people who want to be a part of the strange dynamic that I've articulated.
It's very true.
My parents didn't want that, and they wanted some laissez-faire kind of socialist equal opportunity thing. Guess what? They had that in Albania. They didn't.
Yeah.
They had it and they had that opportunity in all of Europe. They lived in Italy as well. They hated it. They came to America for a reason. It was their choice.
Yeah.
Not, it wasn't forced on them.
Do you think is harmful to the basic idea you're advancing, that there should be?
Can you say the first part of your question again?
What about Bernie Sanders, like his campaign or his position?
No, there's nothing. I'm not against Bernie Sanders per se. I don't think there's. I just think that they're more comfortable talking about what we were talking about, which is this notion that it's okay for there to be greatly disparate income differences. And
so, I can agree with that, and I grant that. It's okay for there to be disparate incomes. I realize not everyone can be rich. But what I'm trying to suggest is that we should aim for everyone being more wealthy than they were in the past.
Well, what I'm saying is I think there are other countries that aim for that. And if you want that
he was so based back then.
Perfectly okay to settle in, and I think a lot of people make
76 in America was like that. People, children were better off than their parents.
All I'm saying is you can look up a chart if you don't like.
So this guy sees the fact that the boomers and the Gen Xers squandered all their wealth away and passed nothing down to their kids, and he looks to a nanny government to come in and fix it through tax regulations. You're not going to fix this kind of inequality that he's talking about through the government. You're just not going to do it. The people need to do it. And it's a really, really big shortage of quality men. There's a massive shortage of quality men. That's the big problem. What makes a man quality? It's struggle, it's pain, it's having seen war, it's being connected to competition, and it's building himself and his family and the things that he owns up. And we just don't have that. We have people who just don't even know what real struggle is, and you know what I mean? So he seems to be upset that leading up to 1950, every person was having more, or not 1950, but basically just American history, people generally left their kids off better than they had it, and the last few generations this hasn't been the case. And his way of coping is by suggesting like a nanny government should come in and tax people or fix the wealth distribution problem. It's really, really cope, and he's totally missing the point that that's not really what caused it. It was greed and selfishness by multiple generations in a row, and that caused this. And part of it could be that these people are disconnected from the church. It could be a couple things. They're distant from God and morals. But part of it also might be that they're under attack. But at the end of the day, like, just because life's tough doesn't mean you give up or whatever. You know the whole quote. And I don't want to cut the boomers any slack, because they could, if they wanted to, they could have passed things down, and they didn't. But the idea that Bernie fucking Sanders is gonna fix that is so stupid. It's so stupid. A government's not gonna fix the fact that your parents fucked you over. Okay, you can't vote someone in and fix the money problem. Okay. The only thing that is going to make you money is if you build yourself and build skills up, and that's done through pain and rigor, which your parents are most likely unwilling to do. Otherwise, they would have had money to pass down to you. So build your skills, learn a field, become one of the best in the field, produce research for the field, produce papers, publish papers in the field, publish your research publicly, become known in your field, develop things, innovate things, patent things, make a business, hire people, expand, and do that over the course of 3 to 5 decades, and you will end up with money. There's no doubt about it. If you just want to work at fucking a $30 an hour job at a casino, or at a fucking, work in some factory, or pushing pallets, and then you wonder why you have nothing to give to your kids, well, you can't complain, okay? Because Amazon's not going to be paying you more in the future than they are now. Right? The wages are going to get worse until they're paying you nothing. This wasn't like it was before, where you could just be a paper boy in the 1950s and buy a house with the money you made off of being a paper boy when you were 16. Okay? That's how good of a life the boomers had it. Could you guys imagine that? My dad always says, "Oh, I was the paper boy." I'm thinking, are you kidding me? Like, his parents, for example, could have literally bought a house with a spare job. How do you get confidence? Honestly, dude, I think confidence is genetic. It's just genetic, man. I don't really believe in this fake ass shit. You can just be confident. You know what I mean? If there was a way to attain confidence through words, like if I could just give a sentence out of my mouth and it would make you confident, you know what I mean? Then you would have already heard it by now. You would have been, the age that you're at, you would have heard it by now. There's nothing I can say to make you confident. It's most likely a genetic trait, and if there is some way to get it that isn't through genes, it would be through just being extremely skilled at something, to the point to where the environment gives you enough feedback where you feel like nothing's a threat, and then maybe you get some kind of confidence that way, right? So, but most likely there's people who are extremely good at things that still feel like they're shit, and there are people who are extremely shit at things who feel like they're really good. And what causes that? That's just genetic. So if you're not confident, I don't really know if there's a way to attain it. Just, well, certainly not through words, right? Certainly not through words.
If you're a family and you don't like my family, when they left Albania in the 70s, they were not economists, right? I don't think my parents understand the concept of the word medium. And they came to America because they heard that there are these huge opportunities for their children, and they felt that there was this just bonanza of opportunity. In my case, they were right. I'm sure there are Albanian families that, in many cases, they were wrong. But the point is that, you can sort of, even if you're not an economist, understand what countries have what social dynamics. Like, I don't know, if you really, pick the most socialist country in Europe, but if you really don't want to be in a situation where there's big economic disparity, you can move. I mean, people come to America.
He says you can leave. Go back. Go back. I like having my billions or millions. Go back.
So I I'm a little lost as to why you're still on this point, because I've never argued that economic disparity is bad. In fact, I've said explicitly that it's fine, that it's a good thing. So
It sounded, wait, are you taking?
It sounded like you were arguing.
Failed finance guy. He's a failed finance.
It did sound like you were opposed to it, but.
No. If it sounded like that, then I've been miscommunicating, because I'm fine with economic disparity. I'm fine with some people being more rich. What I'm not fine with is wages staying the same over time. That implies median wages staying the same over time, while mean wages rise. The mean rises because the upper 1% gets more wealthy, but median stays the same, indicating that.
And I'm saying that's okay, that people participate in that, because it's sort of a lotto-based concept. It's the same reason people play the lottery. They know.
Lottery is not a good idea for people to play.
Well, that's your call, but my parents liked.
Well, is my call backed up by statistics?
No. It's your personal opinion, because my parents loved the concept of leaving Albania and coming to America, where at least there was a chance that their family could have a great life.
Like, instead of Albania, let's compare it to Sweden or Norway.
Look, like they could have moved there too, and they decided that would be communism plus.
His parents were based.
Like, generalizing from your singular example is, I think, irrelevant.
That's fine.
So, congratulations, your parents made a lucky decision, and it worked out for you.
Lucky.
But
I love
it's not working out for millions of other people. And like, when you make an argument like this about the way a country should be run, how the economy works,
I'm telling you
on statistics or general trends,
I'm telling you that people enjoy the concept of opportunity. That even though they understand that it's unlikely that they're going to be very successful, that there is a chance that they're going to be very successful, and that is alluring to people. That inspires people. It gets them to work hard and love their country.
No, not at all, Martin. You're
all
not
right.
So like you mentioned the concept of a lottery. Like, a lottery is not a good investment. If you may be deluded into thinking it is, and believing, well, I have a chance of winning, and I really like the hope or whatever. But realistically, you don't, and that's still true. Even if you hear an interview of a lottery player saying, I spent my last savings on lottery tickets, and it worked out for me because I love, I love risk, I love opportunity. Well, that's not good advice to everyone else, because most people who play the lottery fail. And what I'm trying to advance is the idea that we should focus on making the chance of winning the lottery better. We should focus on making life for the median household, for most people in the world, better. So again, it's great.
I don't think that's incompatible with. I think you'd have to be unhuman to not want that, right?
But and it sounds like we may be on the same page. I'm not sure where exactly we're disagreeing. We're both okay with income inequality, and we both think that.
I think income. I think that there's a misconception that people who support what you support are basically supporting welfare. That's not what you likely believe in. Just blanket welfare check writing.
Sorry, you're saying you think I don't believe in basic welfare check?
I hope that you don't. I wouldn't think that you do. I think people like me and like some of the people here probably are misinformed that people like you and other Bernie supporters just believe in writing big checks out to anyone who needs.
It's of course very problematic. It's like the signs say, don't feed the wildlife. Why do they say that? It's because the wildlife come back and they ask for more, and it causes problems. It's the same thing with welfare. It's problematic. The worst thing that ever happened to me was my mom financially providing to me and keeping me at home long past the age where it was useful. I lived at home up until like 23, 24, and it did irreversible damage to me. Irreversible damage. A system that has no welfare is always better because it promotes primitive conditions, and the people will then go to develop themselves to their maximum potential. For me, when I was provided for, I didn't do shit. I didn't do shit. The moment that I was out on my own, I'm busting my ass. I quit video games. I'm trying to produce money because I cannot stand to make the amount that I make. And that's simple logic. There's no confusion in that. There's no exceptions to the rule. You cannot provide to people, give them their basic necessities, and then still expect them to go and work for that. It's very, very simple. I understand certain people are unable. I'm not against disability or anything like that or whatever, but look, if there's exploits, people are going to look for it. If they don't have to expend energy, they're not going to. Humans are always looking for ways to conserve energy. And the reason that the United States functions so well is because the system is so brutally anarcho-capitalist. It's so brutally competitive. The conditions that the homeless population live in here is so brutal that nobody would choose to be homeless over working in Amazon. And working in Amazon is so brutal that no one would choose to work in Amazon over working in an office like me, and no one would work in one of these offices like me over choosing to develop a skill and get leveled up into IT. And nobody would choose to work in a low-tier IT place and take orders from fucking immigrant Indians over developing some extreme innovation in a field and making 500K. And no one would choose to make 500K when you could go and make your own business and make 5 million, and no one would choose to make 5 million when you can expand it and combine it with some other company and make 100 million. That's the whole point. If you don't have some kind of system that makes people unhappy, they really just don't produce a lot of economic value. They don't produce a lot of labor. And you know what I mean? This is why the systems that really don't give out welfare for free all the time and give out and really high taxes really just don't have much value, because all that stuff could be privatized. Every time something is taxed, there's a problem with that, because you're saying, okay, the government's gonna use that on roads. It's gonna use that on this. Well, those could be toll roads. Those could be other roads. Those could be privatized roads. That could be someone else making money. So it's all just really backwards. You're every job, quote unquote, that the government takes is some shitty ass version of something that could be privatized. With some exceptions, there are some exceptions, but generally speaking, almost everything's better off privatized. And all you're really doing is harming your own economy when you tax people to hell and back. And all you're really doing is harming people's lives when you provide to them with welfare. It's almost always bad in my experience. This is just my view on it. So I understand some people are pro-welfare, but they're often thinking in very empathetic terms for, like, disabled veterans or things like that. And I really think that's missing the general mark that all people get lazy when they're provided for. All animals in nature get lazy when they don't have to hunt their own food. They even lose the capacity to do so. And if you're not put in some kind of primitive condition that's really, really brutal and painful, then you're just not going to develop yourself. And if you don't develop yourself, you're not going to make a lot of money. You're not going to go on to produce anything for the economy. You're just going to stay a zero. You're going to stay something that's very inadequate, and you're going to be a lesser version of yourself because of that. So it is for that reason that America is so successful economically, because it is so fucking brutal economically. Like, everything is expensive as shit. Everyone's fucking each other over for money. People will only be friends with you if they can make money off you, or make money with you, or the information you provided them gets you money, or the connections that you have somehow translate to making you money. And, being poor is seen as so bad here, and we treat the poor like shit. And what does that do? It makes everyone a machine. It makes everyone an economic machine. I think Canada is absolutely cucked as fuck. I can't stand Canada. It's the second worst white country on earth. I fucking hate it. The only thing worse than Canada is Australia. I really despise Canada. I can't stand Trudeau. And everyone who's in Canada got the fucking vax. A ton of based people in Canada got the vax, and they claim I was blackmailed. Well, guess what? Most of Americans are blackmailed too. When they fucking got fired, they fucking quit. They were willing to have a cop come to their door and get in a gunfight before they were going to take the vax. That's how Americans think. So I don't understand all these Canadians that weren't willing to quit a job or, you know, be a NEET for 8 months or wait for the thing to blow over. They just took the shit. So they're super fucking cucked. And they're giving in the handguns too. Fuck them. The only good thing Canada did is the trucker rally. That's it. And that was extremely based, but of course it got shut down, and it just doesn't matter. It's turning into a complete shithole. What do I think of Canadians? I don't have a problem with Canadians. I know there's a section of Canada that's really based. There's a lot of base Canadians. Like maybe 15% of the population really has that American spirit in them. Really pro-white kind of ways of thinking, but dude, I don't, again, I already told you, I'm being dead fucking serious. Like, I was going to die before getting the vax. I was crazy. At that time, I was really like that. I probably wouldn't do that now. I would be more willing to cuck now, but I still would go to extreme lengths to not get it. I would definitely be homeless before getting it. I would literally sleep in a tent before getting it, and that's now. But back then, I was literally willing to die before getting it. No joke. I was willing to completely die. That was in the time where they were actually pushing it. So the idea that you guys did get pressure, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Like, I was literally willing to get shot by a cop. Like, no joke. So, and I don't just say that, I mean that, like, literally. I was that crazy. I was actually mentally ill from it. I was suicidal to that level, to not get it. And there wasn't even that much pressure here. So, Canadians, you're just missing the mark. You're just missing the mark. It's just depressing. But I understand, like, it was way more pressure there than here. But there's a lot of Canadians that got it, and they always say the same thing. Like, we were blackmailed. There was tons of pressure. So, Australians, though, they take the cake. They literally had labor containment camps for COVID, for people who wouldn't get the jab. They literally had communist camps. No joke. They had communist camps. Well, I mean, they're basically China's little bitch. They're not a real white country. Australia's not a real white country. They're China's little bitch. That's what they are. They take orders from Chinese. So, yeah, they had containment camps for people who wouldn't get the vax, and they have an 80-something% vax rate. In fact, more people are vaccinated in China or in Australia than they are in China. And China went door-to-door vaccinating people. No joke. And there's still more percentage-based people vaccinated in Australia. That's how subhumans Australians are. That's how subhuman they are. They're really that subhuman. And they did that upon their own volition. They just chose to do that. And I'm pretty sure it's illegal to own absolutely any firearm in Australia. It's completely, it's cocked beyond belief. At least Canadians, you know, people are burying guns because the cops are going for them. And now you have to turn in the handguns, but some people still keep them. Like, Australia, literally, they're unbelievably cocked. The worst and most pathetic white nation on earth. I have zero respect for any of them. I understand there's like a white ethno-nationalist movement showing, you know, kind of coming up in Australia, but it just gets shut down. I mean, the government's absolutely obsessed with shutting down any pro-white movement in Australia. Like, it's their #1 priority. I mean, their country's being literally gang raped. Like, literally, no joke, like, destroyed because of the lack of white ethno-nationalism. And the government's #1 rule, like, the government's #1 job and priority is just to shut down any attempt at whites organizing. Literally. So, you know what I mean? It's just, it's really ridiculous. And, but yeah, I have a very low view of Canada that slightly went up from the trucker rally. But, I mean, what did the trucker rally result in? Can anyone tell me one thing that the trucker rally resulted in? What has it resulted in? Nothing. I find this shit pathetic. I really, really do. I'm just not happy with rallies and things like this. Like, I'm just not. I mean, the best place on earth is where I'm living. No joke. Beyond DeSantis's failed attempt at breaching the First Amendment, I have the best gun laws in the world. No joke. Bar none. You know, I mean, America's the only place with real rights. I mean, let's just be real. Like, we have our rights still. We have our rights still. And Florida in particular, the laws are really, really crazy. I mean, He's just so right wing with his. It has no. By the way, Florida has no state tax. So I can let me just explain something. I have no state tax. Instantly, right there, that's a requirement for a country being good. You need to have a low tax rate. Okay, I'm pretty sure the tax rate here in my tax bracket is like 13% federal tax or something, and that's it. Now that's absurd. That's absurd. Let me just say, anything more than a 1% tax, and politicians should be basically that people should be knocking on their doors. I mean, politicians should be scared to go to sleep if the tax rate is 1%. Instead, the tax rate's like 40%, and they're frolicking. So people are cucked beyond something you could ever make up in a movie. But the best country to be born in would be a place with a low tax rate. Okay, that's instant requirement number one. Number two is can you concealed carry? I don't care about open carry. Fuck open carry. Can you concealed carry? Okay. Florida, you can concealed carry without a permit, literally without a permit. Okay, so that's already one of the best states in the states, because in Chicago, you can't conceal carry at all. I don't even think there is concealed carry permits there. I don't even know what the deal is with that, but you can't conceal carry there. California, very similar, all kinds of gun laws, gun rules, very anti-Second Amendment rules. So yeah, here I can say what I want. I can conceal carry. It's extremely low tax rate. It's extremely pro-entrepreneurship, extremely pro-small business. Everyone's happy. It has the best weather on earth. By the way, whites are primed to like obscene amounts of sunlight. We're not equipped to deal with it, but we are primed to like it. Everyone likes warmth. Nobody likes cold. Whites were genetically designed to live in cold climates, in the sense that we develop the brains to plan ahead, etc., etc. But that doesn't mean anybody's body is designed to deal with the cold. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? So it has extremely gorgeous tropical weather. In the summer or in the winter here, it's literally just months and months of 70 and sunny with no there's a little humidity, but it's generally, there's no rain at all. There's no rain. There's no clouds, nothing. Just every day, 70 and sunny. Go to sleep. Wake up the next day, 70 and sunny. Go to sleep. And yeah, it's extremely pro small business. Like, I could just wake up tomorrow and make a small business, buy some property, and it's so pro small business, which is really rare, because in the north and a lot of the Democratic states, the small businesses just year over year continually close down because they're just very anti-small business. The tax rates are just absurd. The regulations, the rules are just so gay, and that's just how it is. Why do you need to conceal carry? That's a silly question. America is a savage land. It's a savage land. The nature is savage. The people are savage. It's literally unbelievable. I mean, the country is extremely unsafe to live in. At any given point, you're in danger in America, and in South America too. So it's just a silly question. Why do you need to conceal carry? Also, all citizens should be armed. It's an individual right. It's my right. That's why I need to. I mean, it's not a need. It's a right. Oh, hell no. Guns don't make it more unsafe at all. If you look at white countries that have guns, and they're all white, there's no killings. I mean, what makes something unsafe is the genetic component to the people that possess the guns. Guns don't make something more unsafe. It's the fact that I live amongst people that are inherently more violent, and also the culture is very anarcho-capitalist, which you could argue makes people slightly more violent, because it's just very competitive. So people are more likely to, when things get down, basically what I'm trying to say is when you become poor here, it becomes very brutal in a way where you'd be very, very tempted to steal from people and infringe upon others' rights, just to go back to being financially stable. If you can rob 10K from someone, that's enough to put you back on the map and get you going again. So this is why you need to be armed in the States. The States is very much like this, and the States is just innately unsafe. The only thing making the States safe are guns, just zero doubt about that. But beyond that, everyone should carry a gun. Everyone, all over the world. Guns don't make anything more unsafe. It's just the people. It's the genetic predisposition of the people. That's it. The places that are 99.99% white, and everyone owns a gun, there's no murders, and that's just how it is. Also, women should carry more, actually, because they're genetically inferior physically, and they are very much unable to defend themselves without the use of a firearm. It's a gorgeous technology, especially in the use of a female's hands. Unfortunately, women are significantly less likelier to carry a gun. So. How did I get over my video game addiction? I moved out, and life was so unbelievably brutal and painful, and I was so poor, and I was on the verge of sleeping in a tent to the point to where I couldn't even think about anything other than getting a job and actually crawling my way out of this shitty situation. Again, all these things come from very, very good, comfortable lives. Once your life becomes uncomfortable, you're not going to be thinking about things like, how can I get my weed? How can I get my video game? How can I get my 10 minutes of Call of Duty in? Okay, if your life goes to shit, you're going to start thinking about how you can fix it. This is why I'm anti-welfare. This is why I'm anti-helping people. People need pain. They respond to pain. My life became so painful that I couldn't even stomach the idea of opening a League of Legends game. I couldn't even stomach it. Literally, that's what it came down to. That kind of stuff came from being too comfortable, being too provided for, and that's just what it was. I can open a game now and play it, but it's not like addiction. It's not like it was before. Like, I was playing a game earlier in the stream, and that was just something because, to pass the time, It's not, it wasn't like I was living for that. So, best advice I can say is kick your kids out at 18, and when they come crawling back and they're broke, don't bring them back, but give them $2,000 for rent, and make sure they're not abusing it. It's weird. You need to help them and not help them at the same time. It's a weird algorithm. Like, for example, Bill Gates is giving no money to his son. Why is he doing that? Is he really giving no money to his son? No, that's not what he's doing. What he's doing is he's making his son be in a primitive environment, have to build himself, build his own skills, crawl his way up the chain, and then he can inherit all the money at the end. You see how that works? Because you're not capable of knowing what to do with all that money if you haven't actually been through the war-like scenario of having to earn it, or at least earn something on your own and learn how to carve out something on your own. Right? So on some hand, all the money's for the kids, but only after you've taught them the kinds of necessary lessons to equip them so that they know how to manage it properly. Because there are too many instances in history where successful people just hand down the whole fortune, and the kid just squanders it because they've never been in a brutal condition. Again, only struggle builds a man, only pain builds a man, and only loss builds a man. No comfort or pleasure or gain builds somebody. You can't. It's just not possible. All that stuff it doesn't really do anything. In some sense, gain is good because once you gain, you have the potential to lose that, and it can hurt when you lose it. So it's really good to get something and then lose it, because then by losing it, you learn. But it's really only the loss that teaches you. Yeah, it's the most fundamental truth, of course. And the loss always outweighs the gain, of course. Yeah, it'd be silly to deny it. People respect violence, but especially more primitive life forms. And, people with lower IQ, they only respond to that kind of stuff, right? Like, it's been said, I think Nick brought this up, but other people have brought this up before, Arthur's brought this up, that, the reason that in Islam or in Muslim Middle East areas, the reason they cut someone's hand off if they lie or they do something like that, if they say I'll pay someone back and they don't, is because everyone else in the town sees that and they know, holy fuck, I can never do that. Because that's the only thing that these primitive people respond to. But even if you're higher IQ, that doesn't make you exempt from the rules and the laws of this place. You get what I'm saying? You're still gonna respond better to pain than you will from words, and that's just how it is. Or especially gain. I mean, gain is a drug. You could get addicted to it, and you know, it's not what builds you. One of the hardest things you could do is have a good life and not get addicted to it, and still kind of work on it every day to try to improve it. Because a lot of people, they get a good thing and they just want to wallow in it. They just want to sit in it like a pool and relax in it. And if you're not fighting for something, someone else is going to come along and take it. There's absolutely no exception to this. There's nothing you can just have here. People are going to take it, pillage it, steal it, and that's how it is. Everything you have or want to have, you have to work for, and you have to work to maintain. That's just how it is. You know? So working to maintain, what does that mean? It means being willing to pay up pain even when you have something. It means you have a wife, you have kids, you have a house, you have a mansion, you have a business, you have people who respect you, and every day you allocate hours and hours and hours of work to maintaining that. It's painful. You could just say, oh, I'm taking today off. All right, girls, let's go. We're going to Aruba. And yeah, you guys at the company, fuck off. Don't call me for the next 2 weeks. And you could do that. And when you come back, they'd still suck your dick. And nothing would be wrong. But, you know, what was that? That was 2 weeks of no economic output. You probably made some people have to do things that they otherwise wouldn't have wanted to do. And it's like, my point is that if you have something, it's easy to want to just cling to it and wallow in it. But really, what you need to be doing is work every day to maintaining it. So really, you can never be comfortable, because to even have something comfortable, you have to do uncomfortable things on a daily basis to maintain that level of comfort. The second you have comfort and you just want just to live in that comfort, you're going to lose it. So, what do you mean by IQ? Is IQ like the ability to abstract and apply concepts together? I mean, it's just a vague concept. I don't know if it's pattern recognition, numbers. I mean, for me, it's the ability to parse information. I don't know if the tests even work on it, honestly. But yeah, I'd say it's just pattern recognition abilities, really. It really is just that. But for me, it does have to involve abstraction for sure. Also, just because someone's higher IQ does not mean that they'll always be more right or more successful or anything. Like, actually, Pantsu Monster in here said something that made me respect him a lot the other day. He said, you guys actually, he was in a call with me and someone else, and he says, I don't have the same ability to compartmentalize as you guys. So he openly admitted that there was an ability he didn't have. But that also doesn't impact him from being right on many things. Like, it's funny because, you know, I almost got the sense that he was almost, I got the sense that he was almost the most right one in the conversation, despite me and the other guy just thinking. We're like thinking machines. We just think all the time. You know, because Pantsu Monster simplified it, and he makes the conversation very simple, and he thinks in terms of pragmatic terms. It's like he's way more right, and his rhetoric and narrative just blew mine out of the water. So overthinking something, or even having the ability to think a lot about something, doesn't even always make it a good thing. But generally, people can't turn this kind of thing off. So if you have it, it's not like I could just turn it off, or anyone else can turn it off. And you know what I mean? It's just you get what I'm saying? This is another thing, like the same thing as my dad. He's like a Homer Simpson, like watch the game, beer drinking type. But you know, he's based on a lot of things, and he gets a lot of things right just from being a very simple organism. You know, he just responds to the environment, responds to experience, responds to pain, and he ends up being right on a lot of things. So it doesn't always mean that thinking more about something is always going to make you more right. He just ends up being right on the mark about a lot of things just from experience. You know. There's also the problem too, like one of the guys we were in the conversation with, me and Pantsu Monster, he was talking about, you know, a lot of the ideas he's into. He doesn't really care if the masses are into them, and he just really only cares to spread them to the intellectual elite. But there's something to be said about, like, this is problematic. Like, I feel like Pantsu Monster's message would appeal more to a wide variety of people. I mean, if you're just into something spurgy and you say, well, I only really care about it, I only really care if other spurgs are into this, it's like, well, who cares? Because the spurgs make up a very, very small minority. Like, and you know what I mean? And also, there's something also wrong with this idea of an intellectual elite, because what it means to be elite is to be rich. I mean, look, it doesn't matter. You could have anything else, but if you're smart and you're not rich, you're not an intellectual elite at all. So you have to utilize your intelligence to, in some way, attain money. Like, it's just how it is. You know what I mean? If you want to talk about intellectual elite, because otherwise, what are you? You're just an intellectual nobody. You know what I mean? It's just a lot of this rhetoric of, like, Goatis using the word slave, you know, other people using this kind of rhetoric like intellectual elite. There's problems with it, and the main problem is they're talking about hierarchies, but they don't really talk about the fact that they aren't rich. So what the fuck are you doing to get rich? It's like all these smart people online talking about this, but it's like you're not really thinking about money. And no, money isn't something you get quick. It's something you get very slowly over time of building yourself, and it takes ages, decades really. Yeah, high IQ man on Earth, but is he really an intellectual elite though? Like, he's not really utilizing his intelligence to obtain power, is what I mean. All power traces back to money, is what I was saying before. Power traces back to money. It's bought with money. It's really a synonym for that. So, I don't necessarily think like intelligence is related to being rich or anything. I agree. Smart people could be farmers. I agree. I know smart people who work at Walmart, and I know dumbasses that are in science. It's not really the correlation, really, but I'm saying if you are one of these really competent right-wing intellectual types, like, I highly recommend you go and pursue money, because, like, you know, otherwise you can't really call yourself intellectual elite. You're just some kind of guy spreading ideas, and the more spurgy they are, they're not even going to appeal to people. I mean, they may not even appeal to people's as much as someone as a simple message like what Pantsu Monster always goes on about, like anti-white rhetoric and things like that. Like, something simple like that could have more of an effect than all the thousands of papers you write. You know what I mean? You maybe would have just been better off pursuing money, donating to the right teams that you believe in, and there you can have a massive influence that way. Because look, you're just one guy. I mean, this is a massive thing going on here. It's a massive thing. So, like, you know what I mean? You need to find your niche. Yeah. Yeah, it is about power. And like Arthur says, there's power in nothing else. I mean, everything else is a fucking meme. It's just some joke. But I don't know. Not everyone cares about. I don't think it's genetic whether you care about it. You know. I'm not suggesting everyone should try to get rich. Similar to this video, like what these guys were arguing about here, the Shkreli video. You know what I'm saying? Like Shkreli was saying, look, it's okay that not everyone goes for money. I agree with that. I don't think that's everyone's role, you know, but I think certain people are squandering their potential by not going for it more, right? And like I said, it's not, look, anyone who really gets serious about money ends up like Shkreli, because Shkreli doesn't tell anyone to go for money. He tells you great things like work on yourself, build skills, self-teach yourself, don't be scared of programming, don't be scared. He gives like actual real advice. Like he says, don't invest in markets if you have like not a lot of capital. He says, don't focus on markets. Like I literally have TradingView open all the time, and like Shkreli highly advises against this. You know, he highly advises to just spend all your time building your skills when you're poor, because if you don't have a lot of capital, and for him, he's talking millions, you know, like this guy was telling him about, I gotta find the clip because it's just so epic, you know, you can really tell he knows what he's talking about. Damn. Right here. This clip is so epic.
Hello?
This has literally got to be his top clips ever. One of his best clips ever.
Good.
24 years old, fresh out of college here. Sort of wondering what stocks to get into, what you suggest.
Well, you're 24, you don't have any money, so why do you care about what stocks to get into?
So true.
That's not true. I do have some money. I just don't know where to start.
I'm sure you don't have a large amount of money.
I'm not sure why you're sure of that, but...
How much money do you have?
I'm sorry?
How much money do you have?
100K plus.
That's not a lot of money. You shouldn't worry about stocks. That's a waste of your time.
What should I do then?
You should worry about making money, getting paid, getting the amount of money you have to millions of dollars. It's not going to happen through.
What he's saying is you should focus on your income. In other words, when people say focus on your income, what they mean is focus on your skills, because it's your skills that get you your income. So, you know what I mean? Like, I spent years obsessed with markets, and I still love them. I'm into them because I'm genetically predetermined to like them. I like the numbers. I'm spurgy like that. But the idea that I should be staring at charts all day is something that he doesn't advise. And I think that was, it was really good to hear this from him. Like, it really reaffirmed, you know, I'm 24. He's talking to a 24-year-old guy in this. And it really reaffirms something that not a lot of people understand. You know what I mean? So.
I'm through the stock market. You should specialize in something that nobody else is specializing in, that commands a very large premium, so that you can, you know, charge whatever employer you have or partnership or whatever you have a lot of money. I mean, it's pretty simple, but trying to turn 50, 100, 200 grand into, you know, fortune is a waste of time. You're more likely to lose it. You're more likely to lose it than you are.
Yeah, that's another black pill.
Or tread water. You know, if the best investors in the world right now are having a hard time making any money, how are you going to do it?
Fair enough. Do you know the Fidelity Select Biotech?
No. I mean, I know the guy that runs it. Of course, I know what it is.
Okay, gotcha. Thumbs up, thumbs down.
It's a mutual fund. It's beta. If you like beta, then it's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds good. Have a good night now.
Bye.
Bye.
I just love it. I just love it.
All right. I don't deal with amateurs. I'm a pro.
He talks that shit. I like it.
All right, let's see. So AMD is the...
Except 24-year-old kid with 100K.
So we have to go back a quarter. Hello? Hello?
Hey, Martin.
Yes. Yes.
Hey, man. Younger guys in the financial industry. I want to know if you have any opinion about smaller stocks than penny stock, anything that might go up in the future.
No. What do I look like? You're a broker? Anyone asking for a penny stock that's going to go up in the future doesn't know a lot about investing.
Yeah.
Should
probably stay as far away from investing as you can.
Right. I just know that they start small. I know they grow exponentially when they get the chance. I was just wondering that.
All right.
Have a good one.
You too.
He said anyone asking about a penny stock should stay as far away as possible.
You know, investing isn't for the faint of heart. It's kind of like MMA. You know, why would you want to fight Brock Lesnar if you look like me?
Yeah.
You know, that's basically what you're doing. I'm the Brock Lesnar of investing. So why fight me? You know, if you want to, you know, investing is for professionals. If you want to fight with a professional, it's you're going to lose. Professionals are going to take your money.
Yeah.
But if you want to succeed, you know, you can succeed in investing if you start with no money. It's possible, but it's more likely than not that you're wasting your time. Let's see here. Provision for, I'll show you how to do it anyway. Taxes and loss 29+3.
It's just so funny, you know. I don't know. I mean, he's not wrong. I don't know anything that doesn't have some kind of hierarchy where parts of it are done professionally. You know what I mean? So, but yeah. See what you said. Anyway, I'm probably going to call it. It's been a long stream. It has been a wonderful long stream. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and I'll see you next time.